Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I drove into Mendocino National Forest on a Tuesday afternoon in late September 2022, feeling both eager and oddly restless. Usually I get a burst of energy the moment I hit winding roads and thick woods, but something was off this time. The forest just seemed too quiet. Not the peaceful, sleepy silence you might expect on a late afternoon, but a heavier stillness that lingered in the air, daring me to press on. Yuri, my German Shepherd mix, was panting in the back seat, her massive head resting on the window ledge. She's been my companion on countless backcountry trips over the past 4 years, so I rely on her to sense if anything's wrong. Her instincts have saved me from aggressive wildlife encounters more times than I care to count. Up until now, she'd seemed perfectly content, but as we climbed higher into the mountains, her breathing became more labored, more anxious. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half hoping she'd offer some reassuring sign that everything was normal. Each time I looked, though, she was just watching. Her amber eyes tracked the tree line with an intensity that made my stomach clench. Her ears flicked back and forth, rotating like satellite dishes, as if she was listening for something I couldn't hear. The muscles along her neck stood taut, and occasionally she'd let out these barely audible whimpers that set my teeth on edge. The dirt road climbed higher, becoming bumpier with each turn. My Honda Accord wasn't built for this terrain, and I could feel the undercarriage scraping against jutting rocks with sickening metal-on-stone sounds. My tires crunched over loose gravel and patches of decomposing leaves that released a sour, fermented smell when disturbed. I caught myself easing off the gas, not wanting to go too deep into a place that had my nerves jumping like live wires. The temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees since we'd left the main highway, and shadows were lengthening between the towering pines and redwoods. What should have been dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy instead felt like fingers of darkness reaching down to probe the forest floor. Every tree seemed to lean inward, creating a tunnel effect that made the world feel smaller, more compressed, more suffocating with each mile. I tried to brush off the growing unease. Maybe I was just spooked by how isolated this route was. Usually I crave solitude. I'd planned this trip precisely because I was tired of crowded campsites and wanted somewhere remote where Yuri could run free. Yet every foot forward stirred a growing knot of dread in my gut, like swallowing broken glass. I decided to pull over when I saw a small clearing on the edge of a bluff. It was a decent spot to stretch my legs and give Yuri a chance to sniff around. The view should have been stunning, a sprawling valley with dark green treetops stretching out like an endless sea, but I felt unsettled enough that I couldn't properly appreciate it. The vista seemed wrong somehow, too uniform, too still. Not a single bird crossed the sky, and there was no movement in the canopy below, not even the slightest breeze disturbing the leaves. My phone had just enough reception to send one last text to my boyfriend Marcus. "Feels strange out here, might head back early." His response came through fragmented. "Maybe something lurking. Woods, haha." Under normal circumstances I'd have laughed it off, but his words hung in my mind longer than they should have, taking root like thorns. I climbed out of the car and immediately regretted it. The air hit me like a wall, thick, stagnant, carrying an undertone of decay that seemed out of place for this kind of forest. It wasn't the clean smell of decomposing leaves and rich earth I was used to. This was something else, something that made my nostrils burn and my throat constrict. Yuri hopped after me, but instead of her usual eager exploration, she stayed pressed against my legs, trembling. That's when I noticed the squirrel's body near the dirt road. At first I figured it must have been run over by some passing vehicle, but the road was empty and barely more than a narrow path. The creature lay twisted at an unnatural angle, its tiny limbs splayed in ways that suggested violence rather than accident. Its fur was matted with something dark and sticky, and when I looked closer, I saw that its eyes were missing, not pecked out by scavengers, but carved out with surgical precision. The sight of broken glass glittering around the carcass was equally jarring. The shards poked through the dirt like jagged teeth, reflecting the dying sunlight in tiny, blinding pinpricks. It had me wondering who would bother hauling bottles this far into the woods, only to smash them around a dead animal. The pattern seemed deliberate, almost ritualistic, arranged in a rough circle that made my skin crawl. Yuri let out a low rumble, one I'd almost call a growl. She usually reserves that sound for encounters with aggressive dogs or dangerous wildlife, never for random debris by the roadside. Her hackles rose along her spine like a mohawk of terror, and she began backing toward the car, her eyes never leaving the tree line. My chest clenched at her reaction. I knelt down and ran a hand along her back to calm her, but her muscles were rigid as steel cables beneath her thick coat. She made direct eye contact with me, something she rarely did unless she was trying to communicate urgent information. Her expression was unmistakable. "We don't belong here, and we need to leave now." Determined not to overreact, I exhaled slowly and got back into the driver's seat. With every bump of the road as I continued uphill, I kept telling myself that weird vibes happen sometimes. Solitude can play tricks on people's minds. The stillness of the forest, the lack of traffic, the abandoned glass. Maybe it was nothing more than unfortunate coincidences. But even as I tried to rationalize, more unsettling details came into focus. I saw other animal remains scattered along the roadside like grotesque breadcrumbs. Small creatures, birds, rodents, what looked like parts of a young fox, splayed out in ways that made my stomach tighten and bile rise in my throat. Granted, wildlife perishes out here naturally, but never quite so frequently along a single, seldom-used road. The deeper I went, the more frequent they became, and the more deliberately arranged they appeared. Each carcass was positioned with its head pointing toward the road, as if they were meant to be seen by passing travelers. Their wounds were too clean, too precise to be natural. Something had been using tools, sharp tools, on these animals. The realization sent ice water through my veins. That was when I first heard the voices. Faint murmurs, distinctly male, drifting through the trees like smoke. They weren't shouting or calling out. The tone sounded conversational, almost casual, but I couldn't make out any real words. It was like listening to people talking in the next room of a house with thin walls. You know they're there, you can hear the rhythm of speech, but the content remains just out of reach. My heart started to pound so fiercely it felt like it might burst through my ribcage. Yuri perked up, ears drawn tall and forward, her entire body going rigid with attention. She was hearing it too, which meant I wasn't losing my mind. At least not yet. The voices faded as quickly as they'd arrived, replaced by that oppressive stillness again. I sat there in my idling car, torn between pushing forward and turning back. Part of me, the stubborn part that had gotten me into trouble before, wanted to investigate. But a larger part, the part connected to every primal survival instinct my ancestors had passed down, was screaming at me to flee. I compromised by continuing another mile or so, telling myself I'd find a good camping spot and everything would feel normal again. But the voices returned, closer this time, emerging from different directions in the forest. Sometimes they seemed to come from my left, sometimes my right, sometimes from directly ahead. The acoustics were impossible. Voices don't travel that way in dense woods unless the speakers are deliberately moving around, coordinating their positions to confuse listeners. My pulse throbbed at every twist in the road. The conversations would start up suddenly, carry on for a few minutes in that same indecipherable murmur, then cut off mid-sentence. The abrupt endings were the worst part. No trailing off, no natural conclusion, just instant silence that felt like a held breath. It suggested the speakers were stopping because they'd noticed me, because they were listening for my response. Finally, I reached a decision point. The road split ahead, one fork continuing up the mountain, the other circling back toward the main highway. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. Yuri had begun panting heavily, that stress-panting dogs do when they're terrified, her tongue lolling out as she drooled all over my upholstery. I chose retreat. Every instinct I possessed was telling me to get out while I still could. I turned toward the highway fork, feeling a mixture of relief and shame. Part of me hated appearing weak, but a larger part recognized that bravery and stupidity often wear the same mask. As I began the descent, I caught movement in my rearview mirror. A flash of pale skin between the dark trunks, there 1 second and gone the next. The voices resumed behind me, growing fainter as I put distance between myself and whatever gathering was taking place in those woods. But even as they faded, I could swear I heard laughter mixed in with the conversation. Not pleasant laughter, the kind that comes after someone tells a cruel joke, sharp and mirthless. I spent that night in a cheap motel in Ukiah, but rest proved impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those mutilated animals, heard those disembodied voices. Yuri paced the small room for hours, occasionally stopping to stare at the door, as if she expected something to come through it. Her anxiety fed my own until we were both wound tight as piano wires. By morning, I'd made a decision that would haunt me. Instead of driving home like any reasonable person would, I convinced myself I needed answers. Maybe I'd stumbled onto some kind of illegal hunting operation. Maybe someone was using the remote location for activities they didn't want discovered. The rational part of my brain insisted there had to be a logical explanation for everything I'd witnessed. I drove back to Mendocino, this time bringing supplies, a heavy flashlight, a baseball bat, my father's old hunting knife. If I was going to investigate, I'd be prepared. Yuri seemed to sense our destination because her agitation increased as we neared the forest. By the time we reached the turnoff, she was whining constantly, a high-pitched keening that set my nerves on edge. The daylight made things look different, but not better. The dead animals were still there, but now I could see details I'd missed in the previous evening's fading light. The wounds weren't random, they followed patterns. Precise cuts, almost surgical in their execution. Someone with medical knowledge, or at least experience with anatomy, had been at work here. The broken glass formations were more elaborate than I'd initially realized. They formed symbols, crude but deliberate shapes that suggested meaning, purpose. I didn't recognize the patterns, but they reminded me of gang tags or ritual markings I'd seen in documentaries about cults. The thought made my mouth go dry. As I drove deeper into the forest, I discovered more evidence of human presence, footprints in the soft earth, multiple sets suggesting a group of at least 4 or 5 people, cigarette butts ground into the dirt, a piece of rope tied around a tree trunk, hanging loose like a noose that had been cut down. The road eventually opened onto a wider clearing I'd missed during my hasty retreat the day before. It was larger than a football field, ringed by towering pines that blocked most of the sky. In the center sat the remains of an old campfire, but this wasn't from casual campers. The fire pit was enormous, big enough to burn substantial amounts of material, and the ground around it was stained black in ways that suggested more than wood had been consumed. Scattered around the clearing were more animal remains, but these were different from the roadside specimens. These had been burned, partially consumed by fire, leaving behind blackened bones and charred flesh that filled the air with a sickening sweetness. The smell made me gag and cover my nose with my shirt, but it couldn't block out the stench entirely. Yuri refused to leave the car. When I opened her door, she pressed herself against the far window, shaking violently. I'd never seen her react this way to anything, not thunderstorms, not aggressive dogs, not even when we'd encountered a black bear on a trail in Yosemite. Whatever had happened in this clearing had left an impression that transcended normal animal instincts. I forced myself to examine the fire pit more closely. Mixed in with the ash and bone fragments were pieces of fabric. Some of it looked like clothing. I found a partially melted button, part of what might have been a shoe sole, and something that made my blood freeze. A human tooth, cracked from heat but unmistakably human. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't just animal sacrifice or some weird hunting ritual. People had been here, and at least some of them hadn't left alive. The scope of what I was looking at, the evidence of violence, the deliberate disposal of remains, suggested something far worse than I'd imagined. That's when I heard vehicles approaching, multiple engines, moving slowly but steadily up the mountain road I'd just traveled. My heart hammered against my ribs as I realized I was trapped. The clearing had only one entrance, and whoever was coming would see my car immediately. I grabbed Yuri and ran for the tree line, dragging her resistant form into the dense undergrowth. We crouched behind a fallen log about 50 yards from the clearing's edge, hidden but with a clear view of the open space. Yuri had stopped shaking but remained pressed against me, her breathing shallow and controlled, like she understood the need for silence. 3 pickup trucks rolled into the clearing, their engines rumbling to a stop near the fire pit. 6 men climbed out, all dressed in dark clothing, all carrying equipment I couldn't quite make out from our hiding spot. They moved with practiced efficiency like they'd done this many times before. One of them, a tall, thin man with graying hair, seemed to be giving orders to the others. They began setting up what looked like a camp, but not the kind anyone would recognize from normal outdoor activities. They arranged folding chairs in a circle around the fire pit, positioned cameras on tripods at various angles, and laid out tools on a plastic tarp. Even from a distance I could see knives, rope, and other implements that made my stomach clench with dread. The voices I'd been hearing started up again, but now I could see their source. The men talked casually among themselves as they worked, discussing their preparations like they were planning a barbecue rather than whatever horrific activity they were actually organizing. Their matter-of-fact tone was somehow more terrifying than screaming would have been. "Should be here soon," one of them said, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. "Got the new ones loaded?" asked another. 3 this time, fresh ones. The casual way they discussed fresh ones made my skin crawl. I realized with growing horror that I was witnessing the preparation for something unspeakable, something that probably happened regularly in this remote location. The animal remains, the human tooth, the burned clothing. It all pointed to systematic violence, to people who had turned this isolated clearing into their private hunting ground. But they weren't hunting animals. One of the men walked toward the edge of the clearing, scanning the tree line methodically. For a heart-stopping moment, his gaze seemed to linger on our hiding spot. Yuri pressed herself lower against the ground, instinctively understanding the danger. The man continued his survey, apparently satisfied that they were alone. I knew we had to move before their victims arrived, before whatever they were planning began. But getting back to my car without being seen would be nearly impossible. The men had positioned themselves with clear sight lines across most of the clearing, and my Honda was parked right in the open where anyone could spot it. Then I heard more vehicles approaching, different engines, multiple cars moving in convoy. My blood turned to ice as I realized these must be the fresh ones the men had discussed. More victims being brought to this remote killing ground, probably against their will. I was about to witness something that would haunt me forever, something that would make me complicit through inaction. I had to make a choice. Try to help whoever was coming, or save myself and Yuri while I still could. The logical part of my brain screamed that I was outnumbered, outgunned, and completely unprepared for confrontation with organized killers. But the human part of me rebelled against abandoning innocent people to whatever these monsters had planned. The decision was made for me when Yuri suddenly bolted. Something, a sound I hadn't heard, a scent that triggered her deepest instincts, sent her crashing through the underbrush toward the opposite side of the clearing. Her movement immediately drew attention from the men, who shouted and pointed in our direction. "Someone's here," one of them yelled. "Find them," ordered the tall man with gray hair. I had no choice but to run. Abandoning any hope of stealth, I crashed through the forest, branches tearing at my clothes and face as I tried to keep up with Yuri's frantic flight. Behind us, I could hear heavy footsteps and shouted commands as the men organized a search. They knew these woods better than I did, but Yuri's panic gave us speed and direction. We reached my car just as the first searcher emerged from the tree line behind us. I yanked open the door, Yuri leaped inside, and I gunned the engine before my door was even closed. Gravel sprayed as I spun around, tires screaming for traction on the loose surface. In my rearview mirror, I saw 2 of the men running toward their trucks, preparing to give chase. But my head start and my desperation gave me the advantage I needed. I drove like my life depended on it, which it probably did, taking curves at speeds that made my car slide sideways and bounce off rocks that could have shattered my axles. By the time I reached the main highway, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. But we'd made it out. We were alive. The question that would torment me for months afterward was whether the people in those approaching vehicles had been as fortunate. I drove straight to the nearest police station and told them everything. They listened politely, took notes, and promised to investigate. But when I called a week later to follow up, they said they'd found no evidence of criminal activity in the area I'd described. The clearing was empty, they claimed. No fire pit, no remains, no sign that anyone had been there recently. Either I'd imagined everything, which seemed impossible given Yuri's consistent reactions, or the people I'd encountered had cleaned up their operation and moved on. The thought that they might be setting up somewhere else, finding new victims, new isolated locations for their activities, still keeps me awake at night. I never went back to Mendocino National Forest. Some places, once they show you their true darkness, should be left alone. But sometimes, driving through other remote areas, I find myself listening for voices in the woods, watching for movements between the trees, and wondering how many other clearings like that one exist in the vast wilderness of our country. God help anyone who stumbles across them the way I did, and God help those who don't make it out. I'm not sure where to begin with this account, or even if I should be sharing it at all. The events I'm about to describe happened to me in the summer of 2015, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that day. Every therapist I've spoken to suggests I write it down, that somehow putting words to the nightmare might help me process what happened. So here I am, 2 years later, finally finding the courage to tell someone. My name doesn't matter much, but what matters is that I've always been an avid hiker. The mountains of Utah have been my sanctuary for as long as I can remember. There's something about the solitude, the crisp air, and the way the wilderness strips away all the noise of civilization that has always called to me. I never hiked alone, though. My faithful companion was always by my side. Storm, my 3-year-old German Shepherd, had been with me on every trail for the past 2 years. She was more than just a dog. She was my early warning system, my protector, and my best friend rolled into one loyal package. That particular morning in July started like any other. I was scrolling through my hiking app, looking for a new trail we hadn't explored yet. Storm was lying at my feet. Her ears perked up every time I said the word hike. She knew the routine by now. The sound of my hiking boots being laced up, the rustle of the backpack, the jingle of her collar as I attached her leash. These were the signals that meant adventure. As I browsed through the familiar trail listings, something caught my eye. At the very bottom of the results was an entry I'd never noticed before. The trail was listed simply as Ravens Hollow Pass with minimal information. No difficulty rating, no distance marker, just a single review that read, "Peaceful, worth the drive." Something about its mysterious nature intrigued me. Perhaps it was a hidden gem that hadn't been discovered by the masses yet. The drive directions led us deep into a canyon I'd only passed through before, never stopping. The road wound through towering rock formations that seemed to lean in on us as we drove deeper into the wilderness. Storm sat in the passenger seat, her nose pressed against the window, watching the landscape change from suburban sprawl to untamed nature. After 45 minutes of driving on increasingly narrow roads, we reached what could generously be called a parking area. It was nothing more than a widened shoulder of gravel that could maybe accommodate 3 vehicles if they parked creatively. The isolation was complete. No other cars, no signs of recent human activity, just us and the overwhelming silence of the mountains. I should have taken this as a warning sign. The trailhead was marked by nothing more than a small wooden post with a faded arrow pointing into the forest. No maps, no warning signs, no emergency contact information, just that lonely arrow directing us into the unknown. I strapped on my pack, which contained the usual supplies: first aid kit, emergency food, water, knife, and Storm's breakfast of raw beef that I'd planned to give her once the morning chill wore off. Storm seemed unusually alert as we began our ascent. Normally, she would bound ahead, nose to the ground, investigating every interesting scent the trail had to offer. But today she stayed close to my side, her ears constantly swiveling as if listening for something I couldn't hear. Her behavior should have been another red flag. but I attributed it to the unfamiliar environment. The first portion of the trail was a grueling uphill climb through dense pine forest. The trees grew so close together that they formed a canopy overhead, blocking out most of the morning sun and creating an artificial twilight that made it difficult to judge the time. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, but underneath those familiar forest smells was something else, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't quite identify. As we climbed higher, the forest began to change. The trees grew farther apart, and patches of sunlight started to penetrate the canopy. The oppressive feeling of being enclosed began to lift, and I felt my spirits rise with the elevation. Storm seemed to relax slightly as well, though she still maintained a level of alertness that was unusual for her. After about an hour of steady climbing, we reached what appeared to be a plateau. The trail leveled out and began to wind through a more open forest of aspen and birch. Their pale bark created a striking contrast against the darker pines we'd left behind. It was beautiful, the kind of scenery that makes you grateful to be alive and reminds you why you seek out these remote places. But beauty in the wilderness can be deceiving, and I was about to learn that lesson in the most terrifying way possible. The trail eventually opened into a magnificent alpine meadow that took my breath away. It was roughly circular, perhaps 100 yards across, surrounded by towering peaks that seemed to pierce the sky. Wildflowers dotted the grass in brilliant splashes of color, purple lupine, yellow arnica, and white mountain avens, creating a natural tapestry that no artist could replicate. The sound of running water drew my attention to the far side of the meadow, where I could see a waterfall cascading down the rock face. The noise was soothing, a constant white noise that seemed to make the meadow feel even more peaceful and isolated. This was exactly the kind of place I'd been hoping to find, pristine, untouched, and far from the crowds that flocked to the more popular trails. Storm and I made our way toward the center of the meadow, both of us taking in the spectacular scenery. The grass was knee-high in places, and I could see the trail continuing on the far side, winding its way up toward higher elevations. I was mentally planning our route when Storm suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. She stood frozen in front of me, every muscle in her body tense, staring at something ahead of us that I hadn't yet noticed. Her hackles were raised, creating a ridge of fur along her spine, and a low growl was rumbling deep in her throat. I'd never seen her react this way before. Not to other hikers, not to wildlife, not to anything. Following her gaze, I looked across the meadow to where she was staring. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. Just grass swaying in the breeze, flowers nodding on their stems, and the peaceful backdrop of the mountains. But then my eyes focused on a shape near the tree line on the opposite side of the meadow. There was a figure standing motionless among the trees, partially obscured by shadows and distance. At first glance, it appeared to be another hiker, perhaps someone who had arrived before us and was also taking in the view. But something about the figure seemed wrong. The way it stood so perfectly still, the unnatural positioning of its limbs, the way it seemed to blend into the shadows while simultaneously standing out from them. And then there was the smell. The odor hit me like a physical blow, so strong and putrid that I immediately pulled my shirt up over my nose and mouth. It was the smell of decay, of something that had been rotting in the sun for far too long. My eyes began to water, and I felt my stomach lurch as the stench invaded my nostrils and seemed to coat the back of my throat with its foulness. Storm's growling became more pronounced, and she began to back up, pressing against my legs as if trying to push me away from whatever was ahead of us. Her reaction confirmed what my instincts were already telling me. Something was very, very wrong here. I squinted across the meadow, trying to get a better look at the figure. It was roughly human-shaped, but seemed too tall, too angular. The way it stood suggested someone who was either severely injured or under the influence of drugs. There was an unnaturalness to its posture that made my skin crawl. The smell continued to intensify, and I realized it had to be coming from whatever was standing across from us. No animal, no plant, nothing natural could produce such an overwhelming stench of corruption. I'd encountered dead animals on hikes before, deer that had died of disease, elk that had fallen from cliffs. But this was different. This smell had a human quality to it that made it infinitely more disturbing. As I watched, the figure began to move. It didn't walk so much as lurch, its movements jerky and uncoordinated. With each step it took toward us, the smell grew stronger, until I was fighting the urge to vomit. Storm's growls had escalated to sharp barks of warning, her body coiled like a spring ready to either attack or flee. I began to back away slowly, keeping my eyes on the approaching figure. Every survival instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't tear my gaze away from the horrifying spectacle moving toward us. As it got closer, I could see that what I had initially taken for hiking clothes were actually tattered rags hanging from an emaciated frame. Dark stains covered the fabric, and I realized with growing horror that they looked suspiciously like dried blood. The figure's face was obscured by long matted hair, but I could see pale skin that appeared to be mottled with dark patches. Its movements became more agitated as it drew nearer, and I could hear a sound coming from it, a low moaning that seemed to contain both pain and rage. That's when I realized what I was looking at, and the understanding hit me like ice water in my veins. This wasn't some mysterious creature or supernatural entity. This was a human being, or what remained of one. Someone who had become lost in these mountains, perhaps weeks or months ago, and had somehow survived in a state that was barely recognizable as human. The smell, the appearance, the behavior, it all pointed to someone who had been living like a wild animal, perhaps driven mad by isolation, hunger, and exposure. I'd heard stories of people disappearing in the wilderness, of hikers who wandered off trail and were never found, but I'd never imagined what might happen to someone who survived such an ordeal for an extended period. The human mind, when pushed to its absolute limits, can break in ways that transform a person into something unrecognizable. The figure was close enough now that I could see its eyes, or at least the dark hollows where its eyes should have been. They seemed to stare directly at me with an intensity that made my blood freeze. There was intelligence there, but it was a twisted, predatory intelligence that had been warped by whatever horrors this person had endured and perhaps committed. Storm's barking became frantic, and she began pulling at my pants leg, trying to drag me away from the approaching threat. I didn't need any more encouragement. Whatever this person had become, they were clearly dangerous, and we were far from any help. The nearest other hikers were probably hours away, and there was no cell service this deep in the mountains. I turned and ran. The sound that erupted behind me will haunt me for the rest of my life. It was a shriek of rage and hunger that seemed to combine human vocal cords with something primal and animalistic. It was the sound of someone who had crossed a line from which there was no return, someone who had embraced their darkest impulses and abandoned their humanity entirely. I could hear crashing through the brush behind me as the figure gave chase. Storm was running beside me, her own panic evident in the way her tongue lolled out and her breathing came in sharp pants. The trail seemed to narrow as we fled, and branches whipped at my face and arms, leaving scratches that burned but barely registered through my adrenaline-fueled terror. The sounds of pursuit grew louder behind us, and I realized with growing horror that our pursuer was gaining ground. Whatever physical deterioration they had suffered, they still possessed a desperate strength that allowed them to move through the rough terrain with frightening speed. The crashing grew closer, accompanied by that inhuman shrieking that seemed to echo off the surrounding peaks. Storm suddenly veered off to the right, away from the main trail. Dogs have instincts that we've lost, and I trusted her judgment completely. I followed her through a gap in the trees, branches tearing at my clothes and pack. The terrain became rougher, rocky outcroppings and fallen logs creating obstacles that slowed our progress, but might also slow our pursuer. As we scrambled over a particularly large boulder, I heard Storm yelp in pain behind me. I spun around to see her limping, favoring her right front leg. In her panic to escape, she must have caught her paw between rocks or stepped wrong on the uneven ground. My heart broke as I saw her struggling to keep up, her loyalty driving her to continue despite her injury. The sounds of pursuit had momentarily stopped, and in the sudden silence, I could hear my own ragged breathing and the thundering of my heart. Had we lost them? Had they given up the chase? Or were they simply pausing to listen for us, trying to determine which direction we had gone? I carefully lifted Storm into my arms, all 85 pounds of her. She was breathing heavily, her tongue hanging out, but she didn't struggle. She trusted me completely, just as I had trusted her instincts to lead us away from danger. My arms burned with the effort of carrying her, but I knew I couldn't leave her behind. The sound of the waterfall was growing louder, and I realized Storm had been leading us toward the water. Perhaps she had reasoned that the noise would help mask our presence, or maybe she simply knew that water meant safety. Either way, I was grateful for her guidance as we made our way through the increasingly dense vegetation toward the source of the sound. Behind us, the shrieking resumed, closer than before. Our pursuer had picked up our trail again. The forest opened up as we neared the waterfall, and I could see the cascade tumbling down a sheer rock face into a pool below. The noise was tremendous, drowning out all other sounds and providing a kind of acoustic camouflage that might help hide our location. The spray from the falling water created a fine mist that felt refreshing against my overheated skin. I carried Storm toward the base of the waterfall, looking for somewhere we could hide and hopefully wait out our pursuer. The rocks were slippery with moisture, but I managed to find a narrow ledge behind the falling water where we could huddle together. The space was cramped and wet, but it was concealed and defensible. Storm was shivering, whether from cold, pain, or fear, I couldn't tell. Her paw was swollen, and I could see that she was trying not to put any weight on it. I gently examined the injury and found what appeared to be a deep cut, probably from a sharp rock. The wound was bleeding, but not severely. I pulled off my jacket and wrapped it around her paw to help stop the bleeding and keep the injury clean. The sound of crashing through the underbrush reached us even over the noise of the waterfall. Our pursuer was close, very close. I held Storm tightly against me, both of us pressed back against the cold rock wall as far as we could go. The falling water created a curtain in front of us, but I could still see shadowy shapes moving beyond it. Then I saw the figure emerge from the tree line. Up close, the sight was even more horrifying than I had imagined. This had once been a person, but months of living in the wilderness had transformed them into something barely recognizable as human. Their clothes were little more than rags hanging from a skeletal frame. Their hair was long and matted with filth, and their skin was covered in open sores and scabs. But it was their eyes that terrified me the most. They burned with a feral intelligence that spoke of someone who had not just survived in the wilderness, but had thrived by abandoning every moral constraint that separates humans from animals. They moved to the edge of the pool, sniffing the air like a predator tracking prey. The smell of decay that surrounded them was overwhelming, even with the fresh mist from the waterfall. I realized that the stench wasn't just from poor hygiene. This person had been eating things that no human should eat, consuming whatever they could find to survive, including things that had been dead for far too long. The figure stood at the water's edge for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. They seemed to know we were nearby, but the sound and spray of the waterfall was masking our exact location. Several times they moved toward our hiding spot, only to turn away at the last moment, perhaps distracted by some other sound or scent. Storm remained perfectly still in my arms, though I could feel her heart racing against my chest. She seemed to understand that our lives depended on absolute silence. The cold water was soaking through our clothes, and I could feel hypothermia beginning to set in, but I didn't dare move. Finally, another sound echoed through the forest, a distant scream that seemed to come from the direction we had originally come from. Our pursuer's head snapped toward the sound, and after a moment of listening, they let out an answering shriek and began moving back toward the meadow. Perhaps there were other hikers on the trail, new prey that was easier to catch than two people hiding behind a waterfall. I waited until the sounds of movement had completely faded before carefully emerging from our hiding place. Storm was able to limp on 3 legs, and together we made our way back toward the main trail. My pack had been torn and scattered during our flight, but I managed to find my car keys still attached to my belt. The hike back to the parking area was a nightmare of looking over our shoulders and jumping at every sound. Every shadow could hide our pursuer. Every rustle in the bushes could signal another attack. But we made it to the car without further incident, and I have never been so grateful to hear the sound of an engine starting. The drive to the emergency veterinary clinic was a blur of panic and tears. Storm needed surgery to repair the damage to her paw, and the veterinarians asked what had happened. I told them it was a bear attack. I couldn't bring myself to tell them the truth. How could I explain that we had been stalked through the wilderness by what had once been a human being? The authorities were never notified. I was too traumatized to speak coherently about what had happened, and part of me worried that no one would believe such an outlandish story. But I often wonder about other hikers who might venture into those remote mountains, and I pray that they never encounter what we encountered that day. Storm recovered from her injuries, though she developed a permanent limp and has never been the same around strangers. We still hike together occasionally, but never on unfamiliar trails and never without multiple forms of communication and emergency equipment. I've tried to research missing persons reports from that area, but the information is sparse and often incomplete. How many people disappear in the wilderness each year? How many of them actually die, and how many simply change into something else entirely? I don't know the answers to these questions, and part of me doesn't want to know. What I do know is that there are things in the remote wilderness that are far more terrifying than any bear or mountain lion. Sometimes the most dangerous predator in the forest walks on two legs and was once someone's child, someone's sibling, someone's friend. The mountains are beautiful, but they are also merciless. They can take a person and strip away everything that makes them human, leaving behind something that exists in the space between life and death, between sanity and madness. I still have nightmares about that day. I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can smell that overwhelming stench of decay and hear that inhuman shrieking echoing through my bedroom. My therapist says the trauma will fade with time, but I'm not so sure. Some experiences mark you permanently, changing the way you see the world and your place in it. That day in the mountains was one of those experiences for me. It taught me that humanity is far more fragile than we like to believe, and that the line between civilization and savagery is thinner than we want to admit. If you're planning to venture into remote wilderness areas, please be careful. Carry proper communication equipment, tell people where you're going, and trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, if your gut tells you to leave, don't hesitate. The mountains don't forgive mistakes, and sometimes survival means abandoning your curiosity and embracing your fear. God help anyone else who stumbles across that meadow, because I'm not sure there's any other kind of help available that deep in the wilderness. The fluorescent lights of the office buzzed incessantly, a constant reminder of the monotony that had become Calvin Ridley's life. At 32, he found himself trapped in a cycle of endless meetings, reports, and the soul-crushing sameness of corporate America. The computer screen before him blurred as his eyes unfocused, his mind wandering to anywhere but the spreadsheet he was supposed to be analyzing. It was in this moment of quiet desperation that the idea struck him. A break. Not just a weekend away, but a real escape from the concrete jungle that had slowly been suffocating him. Calvin leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly as he closed his eyes, and imagined the possibilities. The image that came to mind was unexpected but not unwelcome. His old RV, a relic from his more adventurous days, sitting in storage gathering dust. When was the last time he'd even seen it? 2 years? 3? The thought of hitting the open road, of leaving behind the suffocating routine of his daily life, sent a thrill through him that he hadn't felt in years. As if on cue, his phone buzzed. Calvin glanced at the screen, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he saw the name, Jacob Clay. If anyone would appreciate his sudden desire for adventure, it would be Jacob. "Cal, my man," Jacob's voice boomed through the speaker as soon as Calvin answered. "Tell me you're not still stuck in that cubicle hell." Calvin chuckled, glancing around to make sure none of his co-workers were within earshot. "You know me, Jake. Living the dream." "The American nightmare, more like it," Jacob retorted. "Listen, I've got an idea that might interest you. How long has it been since you've seen the stars? I mean really seen them, not that washed-out crap you get in the city." The question caught Calvin off guard. He couldn't remember the last time he'd even thought about stargazing. "Too long," he admitted. "Exactly." Jacob's excitement was palpable even through the phone. "I've got a spot picked out. Allegheny National Forest. It's perfect, man. Miles of wilderness, no light pollution. just you and nature. Calvin hesitated. The idea was tempting, more tempting than he wanted to admit. But the responsible part of his brain, the part that had kept him chained to this desk for the past 5 years, balked at the suggestion. I don't know, Jake. I've got a lot on my plate right now. Cal, Jacob's voice softened, taking on a serious tone that was rare for him. When was the last time you did something for yourself? Really, truly, did something that wasn't about work or bills or all that other bullshit? The question hit Calvin like a punch to the gut. He couldn't remember. The realization was sobering, and in that moment, something inside him snapped. The spreadsheets, the meetings, the endless cycle of work and sleep. None of it mattered. What was the point of it all if he couldn't remember the last time he'd felt truly alive? You know what? Calvin said, a newfound determination in his voice. Let's do it. I've still got that old RV. We could take it out, make a real trip of it. Jacob's whoop of excitement was so loud, Calvin had to hold the phone away from his ear. Now that's what I'm talking about. Trust me, Cal, this is exactly what you need. A few days in the wilderness, just you, me, and the great outdoors. It'll change your life. As Calvin hung up the phone, he felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. He glanced at the calendar on his desk, mentally calculating how much time he could reasonably take off. A week, he decided. A week away from everything. The thought both thrilled and terrified him. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Calvin found himself unable to focus on his work, his mind constantly wandering to thoughts of the upcoming trip. He imagined himself sitting around a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, free from the constant pressure and stress of city life. By the time he left the office, he had already drafted an email to his boss requesting time off. That night, as Calvin lay in bed, he found himself more excited than he had been in years. The prospect of adventure, of breaking free from his routine, filled him with a nervous energy. He tossed and turned, his mind racing with plans and possibilities. Little did Calvin know that this decision, made in a moment of workplace desperation, would set in motion a chain of events that would change his life forever. The forest was waiting, its secrets hidden beneath the canopy of ancient trees. And somewhere in those woods, something else was waiting too. Something that would turn his dream of escape into a nightmare he could never have imagined. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity for Calvin. His request for time off had been approved, much to his surprise and relief. Now he found himself consumed with preparations for the trip, a task that was both exciting and daunting. The first order of business was retrieving his RV from storage. As Calvin drove to the storage facility, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. How long had it been since he'd even thought about the old vehicle? It had been a gift from his father, a retirement splurge that was meant to kickstart a series of adventures. But life, as it often does, had gotten in the way. Work commitments, relationships, and the general inertia of daily life had all conspired to keep the RV gathering dust. As he approached the storage unit, Calvin felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension. What condition would the RV be in after years of neglect? He took a deep breath and lifted the rolling door. To his relief, the RV looked much the same as he remembered. A layer of dust covered its surface, but otherwise, it seemed intact. Calvin ran his hand along the side, leaving a clean streak in the grime. Memories flooded back. Weekend trips to the lake, tailgating at football games, lazy summer evenings spent in campgrounds. How had he let this part of his life slip away? The next few hours were spent cleaning and checking the RV's systems. Calvin was grateful for his father's meticulous maintenance habits. Despite the years of disuse, most things seemed to be in working order. The battery needed replacing and the tires were a bit low, but these were easy fixes. As he worked, Calvin's phone buzzed with a message from Jacob. "Hey man, how's the prep going? I've been doing some research on our camping spot. It's pretty remote. We'll really be out in the wilderness. Hope you're ready for a real adventure." Calvin smiled as he read the message. Jacob's enthusiasm was infectious, even through text. He quickly typed out a reply. "RV's in better shape than I expected. Should be ready to roll in a day or two. Tell me more about this spot you've picked out." Jacob's response came almost immediately. "It's perfect, Cal. miles from the nearest town, right in the heart of the forest. There's a small clearing that's perfect for camping, not far from a stream. We'll have to hike in the last mile or so. The road doesn't go all the way. But trust me, it'll be worth it. The solitude, the untouched nature, it's exactly what we both need. As Calvin read the message, he felt a mix of excitement and a slight twinge of unease. The idea of being so far from civilization was both thrilling and a little scary. But isn't that what he wanted? To break free from the safe, predictable confines of his daily life? The next day was spent gathering supplies. Calvin found himself standing in the camping aisle of a local outdoor store, feeling slightly overwhelmed. It had been so long since he'd done anything like this, he wasn't even sure what he needed anymore. "Can I help you find anything?" a cheerful voice asked. Calvin turned to see a young woman in the store's uniform smiling at him. Yeah," Calvin said, feeling a bit sheepish. "I'm going on a camping trip. It's been a while and I'm not sure what I need." The woman's smile widened. "No problem at all. Let's start with the basics. How long are you going for and where are you headed?" As Calvin explained his plans, leaving out the exact location, something about Jacob's enthusiasm for the remoteness of the spot made him want to keep it private. The employee helped him gather the essentials: a new sleeping bag, a portable stove, water purification tablets, and various other items soon filled his cart. "You said you're going pretty deep into the woods, right?" the employee asked as they neared the checkout. Calvin nodded. "Yeah, that's the plan. Why do you ask?" The woman hesitated for a moment. "Well, it's just, be careful out there, okay? The forest can be unpredictable. Make sure you have a good map and compass, and it wouldn't hurt to have some kind of emergency beacon, just in case." Something in her tone made Calvin pause. "Have there been problems out there?" She shrugged, her cheerful demeanor returning. "Oh, you know how it is. People go out unprepared, get themselves lost. Nothing to worry about if you're smart about it, which it seems like you are." As Calvin left the store, his car loaded with camping gear, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease. The employee's warning, casual as it had been, stuck with him. He found himself adding a few extra items to his list: a high-powered flashlight, extra batteries, a more comprehensive first aid kit. That night, as he packed the RV, Calvin's phone rang. It was Jacob. "Hey Cal, how's it going? You about ready for our great escape?" Calvin couldn't help but smile at his friend's excitement. "Almost there, just finishing up the packing now. You sure about this spot, Jake? It seems pretty remote." There was a pause on the other end of the line. When Jacob spoke again, his voice was more serious than Calvin had ever heard it. "Look, Cal, I know it might seem a bit extreme, but trust me on this, okay? This isn't just a camping trip. It's a chance for both of us to reconnect with something we've lost, to remember who we really are underneath all the bullshit of everyday life." Calvin was taken aback by the intensity in Jacob's voice. "Okay, Jake, I trust you. Just, we're being safe about this, right?" Jacob's laugh came through the phone, but it seemed forced. "Of course, man. Don't worry so much. This is going to be the trip of a lifetime. I promise you that." As they said their goodnights and Calvin resumed his packing, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something Jacob wasn't telling him. But he pushed the thought aside. This was Jacob, after all, his oldest friend, the guy who had always had his back. If Jacob said this was going to be great, then it would be. Still, as Calvin climbed into bed that night, his dreams were uneasy. He dreamt of deep, dark forests, of hidden clearings and ancient trees. And somewhere in the depths of those woods, something was watching, waiting. Calvin tossed and turned, the excitement of the impending trip mixing with a deep, primal unease that he couldn't quite shake. Tomorrow, they would set out. Tomorrow, everything would change. But as Calvin finally drifted off into a fitful sleep, he couldn't have known just how true that would prove to be. The morning of their departure dawned crisp and clear, a perfect late summer day that seemed to promise adventure. Calvin woke early, a mixture of excitement and nervousness churning in his stomach. He double-checked his packing list, making sure he hadn't forgotten anything crucial. The RV was stocked, The route was planned, and Jacob would be arriving any minute. As if on cue, the sound of a car horn broke the morning quiet. Calvin looked out the window to see Jacob's beat-up Jeep pulling into the driveway. His friend stepped out, a wide grin on his face, looking every bit the outdoorsman in his well-worn hiking boots and flannel shirt. "Ready for the adventure of a lifetime, Cal?" Jacob called out as Calvin opened the front door. Calvin couldn't help but smile at his friend's enthusiasm. "As ready as I'll ever be, I guess. You sure we've got everything?" Jacob clapped him on the shoulder as he entered the house. "Relax, man. We've got the essentials. Anything else we'll figure out. That's part of the adventure, right?" As they loaded Jacob's gear into the RV, Calvin noticed that his friend seemed unusually quiet. The initial burst of enthusiasm had faded, replaced by a focused intensity that was uncharacteristic of the normally laid-back Jacob. "Everything okay, Jake?" Calvin asked as they finished securing the last of the supplies. Jacob seemed to snap out of his thoughts. "Huh? Oh, yeah. Everything's great, just thinking about the journey ahead, you know? It's going to be something special, Cal. I can feel it." There was something in Jacob's tone that Calvin couldn't quite place. Excitement, yes, but also something else. Anticipation? Anxiety? Before he could dwell on it further, Jacob was climbing into the passenger seat of the RV. "Let's hit the road, buddy. The forest awaits." With a deep breath, Calvin slid into the driver's seat. The engine rumbled to life, and just like that, they were off. As they pulled out of the driveway, Calvin felt a weight lifting off his shoulders. The familiar streets of his neighborhood gave way to the highway, and soon the city was receding in the rearview mirror. The first few hours of the drive passed pleasantly. They talked about old times, reminiscing about college adventures and shared experiences. Jacob regaled Calvin with tales of his recent outdoor excursions, speaking with passion about the beauty and mystery of nature. "You know, Cal," Jacob said during a lull in the conversation, his voice taking on a more serious tone, "I've been thinking a lot about why we're doing this trip." Calvin glanced over at his friend. "What do you mean?" Jacob was quiet for a moment, staring out at the passing landscape. "We've both been so caught up in the rat race, you know? Working our asses off for what? A bigger apartment? A fancier car? What's the point of it all?" Calvin felt a twinge of discomfort. He'd had similar thoughts lately, but hearing them voiced aloud made them seem more real, more urgent. "I guess I've been wondering the same thing," he admitted. Jacob turned to him, his eyes intense. "That's why this trip is so important, Cal. It's not just about getting away from it all. It's about reconnecting with something bigger than ourselves, something real." There was a fervor in Jacob's voice that Calvin had never heard before. It was almost unsettling. "Jake, is there something you're not telling me about this trip?" Jacob's expression softened, and he let out a small laugh. "Sorry, man. I guess I'm getting a bit heavy. It's just, I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, you know, about life, about what really matters. This trip, it's a chance for both of us to figure some of that out." Calvin nodded, not entirely convinced, but willing to let it go for now. As the miles rolled by, the landscape began to change. The flat farmlands gave way to rolling hills, and soon they were winding their way through increasingly dense forest. By late afternoon, they had left the main highways behind. The road narrowed, becoming little more than a two-lane country road that snaked its way through the thickening woods. The trees pressed in close on either side, their branches forming a canopy overhead that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the road. "We're getting close," Jacob said, his excitement building. "Just a few more miles and we'll be at the trailhead." Calvin felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension. The forest seemed to loom around them, ancient and unknowable. As they rounded a bend, a deer darted across the road, startling both of them. "Whoa!" Calvin exclaimed, his heart racing. "That was close." Jacob laughed, but there was a tension in his voice. "Welcome to the wilderness, my friend. Better get used to it." As the sun began to set, Casting long shadows through the trees, they finally reached the spot Jacob had marked as their starting point. It was little more than a widening in the road, with a small weathered sign indicating the start of a hiking trail. Calvin pulled the RV off to the side of the road, the gravel crunching under the tires. As the engine died, an eerie silence settled over them. The forest seemed to press in around the vehicle, the trees looming tall and dark in the fading light. "Well," Calvin said, breaking the silence, "we made it. This is the spot, right?" Jacob nodded, his eyes scanning the tree line. "This is it. The trail starts here and our camping spot is about a mile in." He turned to Calvin, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Ready for a little night hike?" Calvin glanced at his watch, then at the darkening sky. "Night hike? Jake, maybe we should wait until morning. We don't know the trail, and it'll be dark soon." Jacob waved off his concerns. "Don't worry, I've got this all planned out. We've got our headlamps, and I've hiked this trail before. It'll be an adventure, Cal. Imagine setting up camp under the stars." Despite his reservations, Calvin found himself caught up in Jacob's enthusiasm. "All right," he conceded, "but if we get lost out there, I'm blaming you." They spent the next half hour gathering their supplies. Backpacks were filled with essentials: tents, sleeping bags, food, water, and first aid kits. Calvin double-checked his flashlight batteries and made sure their phones were fully charged, though he noticed with some concern that there was no signal this deep in the forest. As they locked up the RV and shouldered their packs, the last rays of sunlight were fading from the sky. Calvin flicked on his headlamp, the beam cutting through the gathering gloom. Jacob did the same, and with a nod to each other, they set off down the trail. The forest at night was a different world. Shadows danced at the edge of their lamplight, and unfamiliar sounds echoed through the trees. The trail was narrow and winding, often obscured by roots and fallen branches. Calvin found himself constantly checking the ground, wary of tripping in the dark. "This is amazing," Jacob said, his voice hushed but full of awe. "Listen, Cal, really listen." Calvin paused, focusing on the sounds around them. There was the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant hoot of an owl, and underneath it all, a deep, primal silence that seemed to pulse with its own energy. It was beautiful, but also unsettling. Calvin couldn't shake the feeling that they were intruders here, unwelcome in this ancient place. As they pushed deeper into the forest, Calvin noticed Jacob becoming more animated. His friend kept pausing to examine markings on trees or to stare off into the darkness beyond their lamplight. "Jake," Calvin said after about 30 minutes of hiking, "are you sure we're going the right way? This trail doesn't look very well maintained." Jacob turned to him, and for a moment Calvin thought he saw something strange in his friend's eyes, a wild, almost feverish look. But it was gone in an instant, replaced by Jacob's usual easy smile. "Trust me, Cal. We're almost there. It's just a little bit further." They pressed on, the trail becoming increasingly difficult to follow. Calvin was about to suggest turning back when Jacob suddenly stopped, holding up a hand for silence. "Do you hear that?" Jacob whispered. Calvin strained his ears, but all he could hear was the usual forest sounds. "Hear what?" "Water," Jacob said, excitement creeping into his voice. "We're close to the stream. The clearing is just beyond it." Sure enough, as they continued, the sound of running water grew louder. They crossed a small wooden bridge over a burbling stream, the water black and mysterious in the darkness. Just beyond, the trees opened up into a small clearing. "We made it," Jacob exclaimed, dropping his pack and spreading his arms wide. "What did I tell you, Cal? Isn't this perfect?" Calvin had to admit, even in the dark, the clearing had a certain charm. It was roughly circular, maybe 50 feet across, ringed by towering pines. The canopy opened up overhead, revealing a sky blazing with stars, more than Calvin had ever seen in his life. "It's beautiful," Calvin admitted, feeling some of his earlier apprehension fade away. "You were right, Jake. This is something else." They set about making camp, the familiar routine of setting up tents and organizing gear helping Calvin relax. By the time they had a small fire going, he was actually starting to enjoy himself. They sat around the fire, eating a simple dinner of trail mix and energy bars, planning their activities for the next few days. As the fire burned low and they prepared for bed, Calvin noticed Jacob staring intently into the darkness beyond their campsite. "Everything okay, Jake?" he asked. Jacob started, as if pulled from deep thought. Yeah, everything's great. Just taking it all in, you know?" He turned to Calvin, that strange, intense look back in his eyes. "We're going to have an experience out here, Cal. Something we'll never forget." As Calvin zipped himself into his sleeping bag a short while later, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease. There was something off about Jacob's behavior, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. But as he listened to the night sounds of the forest and gazed up at the star-filled sky visible through the mesh of his tent, exhaustion overtook him. His last thoughts before drifting off were of the day ahead, and the adventures it might bring. Little did Calvin know that the real adventure and the terror was just beginning. Calvin awoke to the sound of birdsong and the soft rustle of leaves in the morning breeze. For a moment, he was disoriented, the unfamiliar surroundings of the tent confusing his sleep-addled mind. Then the events of the previous day came rushing back, and he sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Unzipping the tent, Calvin stepped out into the clearing. The morning sun filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows across the forest floor. Dew sparkled on the grass, and a thin mist hung in the air, giving the scene an almost ethereal quality. Despite his lingering unease from the night before, Calvin couldn't help but be struck by the beauty of it all. He glanced over at Jacob's tent, expecting to see his friend still fast asleep. To his surprise, the tent was open and empty. "Jake?" Calvin called out, scanning the clearing. There was no response. A twinge of worry crept into Calvin's mind. It wasn't like Jacob to wander off without saying anything. He walked around the campsite, calling out periodically, but there was no sign of his friend. The worry began to grow into genuine concern. Just as Calvin was debating whether to head back to the trail and look for Jacob, he heard the snap of a twig from the edge of the clearing. He turned to see Jacob emerging from the trees, a strange, distant look on his face. "Jake, where have you been? I was starting to get worried." Jacob blinked, seeming to come back to himself. "Oh, hey, Cal. Sorry I couldn't sleep, so I decided to do a little exploring. This place it's incredible." There was something off about Jacob's tone, a dreamy quality that was at odds with his usual energetic demeanor. Calvin also noticed that his friend's clothes were dirty and slightly torn, as if he'd been pushing through thick underbrush. "You okay, man?" Calvin asked, eyeing Jacob with concern. "You look like you've been through the ringer." Jacob laughed, but the sound was hollow, almost forced. "I'm fine, Cal. Better than fine, actually. I feel alive, connected. You'll see. Once you've been out there in the real forest, you'll understand." Before Calvin could press further, Jacob clapped him on the shoulder and headed towards his tent. "Let's get some breakfast, yeah? I'm starving." As they prepared a simple meal of instant oatmeal and coffee, Calvin couldn't shake his unease. Jacob seemed distracted, his gaze constantly drifting to the trees surrounding their campsite. He spoke enthusiastically about their plans for the day, hiking, exploring, maybe some fishing in the stream, but there was an undercurrent of tension in his voice that Calvin had never heard before. After breakfast, they set out to explore the area around their campsite. Jacob led the way, moving with a certainty that suggested he knew the area far better than he'd initially let on. They hiked for hours, pushing deeper into the forest. Calvin was struck by the age of the trees around them. Massive trunks that must have stood for centuries, their branches forming a cathedral-like canopy overhead. As they walked, Calvin noticed more odd behavior from Jacob. His friend would stop abruptly at times, cocking his head, as if listening to something Calvin couldn't hear. More than once, Calvin caught him running his hands over the bark of trees, muttering under his breath. "Jake," Calvin said as they paused for a water break, "are you sure you're feeling all right? You seem, I don't know, different." Jacob turned to him, and for a moment Calvin saw something flicker in his friend's eyes, something wild and unfamiliar. But then Jacob smiled, and he was once again the friend Calvin had known for years. "I'm fine, Cal. Really, I feel like I'm finally seeing things clearly, you know? This place, it's special. Can't you feel it? Calvin had to admit, there was something about the forest that got under your skin. The silence, broken only by bird calls and the whisper of wind through leaves. The sense of timelessness, of being surrounded by life that had existed long before humans ever set foot here. It was beautiful, but also somewhat unsettling. As the day wore on, Calvin's unease grew. They ventured further and further from the campsite, and he was becoming increasingly certain that Jacob was leading them to a specific destination. But every time he asked where they were going, Jacob would deflect, talking instead about the beauty of the forest or some bit of wilderness lore. It was late afternoon when they reached a small glade that made Calvin stop in his tracks. Unlike the rest of the forest, which was lush and green, this area seemed wrong. The trees here were gnarled and twisted, their bark blackened as if by fire. The ground was bare earth, devoid of the ferns and underbrush that carpeted the forest floor elsewhere. And at the center of the glade stood a massive dead tree, its bare branches reaching towards the sky like skeletal fingers. "Jake," Calvin said, his voice hushed. "What is this place?" Jacob didn't answer immediately. He walked slowly into the glade, his eyes fixed on the dead tree. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "This is it, Cal. This is what I've been looking for." "What are you talking about?" Calvin asked, a chill running down his spine despite the warmth of the day. "Jake, you're scaring me. What's going on?" Jacob turned to him, and Calvin took an involuntary step back. The look in his friend's eyes was one of fervent, almost manic intensity. "I found this place last time I was here, Cal. I've been dreaming about it ever since. The things I've seen here, the things I've heard, it's going to change everything." Calvin's heart was pounding now, a mix of fear and confusion washing over him. "Jake, you're not making any sense. We need to head back to camp. It'll be dark soon, and I don't like the feel of this place." But Jacob wasn't listening. He had turned back to the dead tree and was running his hands over its blackened trunk, murmuring words that Calvin couldn't make out. And then, so quietly that Calvin almost missed it, came a sound that made his blood run cold. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from inside the tree. "Jake," Calvin said, his voice shaking, "we need to leave. Now." But as Jacob turned to face him, Calvin realized with dawning horror that leaving might no longer be an option. Because the Jake that looked at him now, with eyes that gleamed with an unnatural light, was not the friend he had known for all these years. And somewhere, deep in the forest that suddenly seemed much darker and more menacing, something was stirring. Something old and hungry and very, very patient. The real horror was just beginning. The walk back to the campsite was a blur for Calvin. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what he had seen and heard in that twisted glade. Jacob led the way, moving with purpose through the darkening forest, occasionally stopping to touch a tree or listen to something Calvin couldn't hear. By the time they reached the clearing, night had fallen. The stars overhead seemed colder now, more distant, and the shadows between the trees seemed to writhe with hidden menace. Calvin's hand shook as he tried to light the campfire, his earlier ease in the wilderness replaced by a growing sense of dread. "Beautiful night, isn't it?" Jacob's voice made Calvin jump. His friend was standing at the edge of the clearing, staring up at the sky with that same unsettling intensity he'd shown in the glade. "Jake," Calvin said, trying to keep his voice steady, "we need to talk about what happened back there. What was that place? And what did you mean about things you've seen and heard?" Jacob turned to him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It wasn't a comforting expression. "Oh, Cal, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me, but you will. Soon, you'll see it all for yourself." A chill ran down Calvin's spine. "See what, Jake? You're not making any sense. Ever since we got here, you've been acting strange. I think maybe we should cut the trip short. Head back in the morning." The change in Jacob's demeanor was instant and terrifying. The smile vanished, replaced by a look of such intense anger that Calvin took an involuntary step back. "We're not going anywhere," Jacob snarled. You don't understand. None of you understand, but you will. It's already begun." Before Calvin could respond, Jacob turned and stalked off into the darkness of the forest. Calvin called after him, but there was no response. For a long moment, he stood there, torn between the desire to go after his friend and the growing fear that gripped him. In the end, self-preservation won out. Calvin retreated to his tent, zipping it up tightly as if the thin fabric could protect him from whatever was out there in the night. He lay awake for hours, straining his ears for any sound of Jacob's return or for any other noises in the forest. It was well past midnight when Calvin heard it. A soft, rhythmic sound coming from somewhere beyond the campsite. Tap, tap, tap. The same sound he had heard in the glade, but closer now, much closer. Calvin's heart raced. He wanted to call out for Jacob, to make sure his friend was okay, but fear kept him silent. The tapping continued, sometimes fading away, only to return louder than before. And beneath it, almost too quiet to hear, Calvin could make out what sounded like whispering. He must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing Calvin knew, sunlight was filtering through the walls of his tent. He sat up, momentarily disoriented, the events of the previous night feeling like a bad dream. But as soon as he unzipped his tent and stepped out into the clearing, Calvin knew it had been no dream. The campsite was a mess. Their supplies were scattered everywhere, as if someone or something had gone through them in a frenzy. And there, carved into the trunk of a nearby tree, was a series of symbols Calvin had never seen before. "Jake?" Calvin called out, his voice cracking. "Jacob, where are you?" There was no answer. Jacob's tent was empty, his sleeping bag cold. It looked like it hadn't been slept in at all. Panic began to set in. Calvin was alone in the wilderness, miles from anywhere, with no idea where his friend had gone or what was happening. He needed to get help. He needed to get out of here. With shaking hands, Calvin began to pack up his gear. He'd hike back to the RV, drive to the nearest town, and get the police involved. As much as it pained him to consider it, he was starting to think that Jacob might be dangerous, to himself and to others. As Calvin was stuffing his sleeping bag into its compression sack, a twig snapped in the forest behind him. He whirled around, his heart in his throat. Jacob stood at the edge of the clearing, but it wasn't the Jacob that Calvin knew. His clothes were in tatters, his skin covered in dirt and what looked disturbingly like blood. And his eyes were wrong. They seemed to glow with an inner light, and they were fixed on Calvin with an intensity that was anything but human. "I told you, Cal," Jacob said, his voice a raspy whisper that seemed to echo unnaturally in the clearing. "I told you that you'd see, that you'd understand. It's time now. It's waiting for us." Calvin stumbled backward, his legs threatening to give way beneath him. This thing before him might wear Jacob's face, but it wasn't his friend anymore. "Jake," he managed to croak out, "what happened to you? What's waiting for us?" Jacob, or the thing that had once been Jacob, smiled. It was a terrible sight, full of too many teeth and a hunger that had nothing to do with food. "The forest, Cal, the old forest. It's alive and it's hungry and it's been waiting for so long. But not anymore. We're going to feed it, you and I. We're going to become part of something greater." As Jacob spoke, Calvin became aware of movement in the forest around them. Shadows seemed to writhe between the trees, and the air grew thick and heavy, as if the very atmosphere was pressing down on them. And underneath it all was that sound again. Tap, 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 like bony fingers drumming on hollow wood. Calvin's survival instincts finally kicked in. Without conscious thought, he turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for direction. All that mattered was getting away, escaping this nightmare that his camping trip had become. Behind him he could hear Jacob's laughter, high and wild and terribly wrong. "Run, Cal," the voice called after him. "Run all you want. The forest is everywhere and it sees everything." Calvin ran until his lungs burned and his legs felt like lead. He had no idea how long he'd been running or in what direction. The forest all looked the same. Endless trees stretching in every direction, no sign of a trail or the road or anything that might lead to safety. Finally, unable to go any further, Calvin collapsed against the trunk of a massive oak tree. His breath came in ragged gasps, and his heart pounded so hard he thought it might burst from his chest. As the initial panic began to subside, the The reality of his situation sank in. He was lost in a vast forest, being pursued by something that used to be his best friend, with no supplies and no way to call for help. As Calvin sat there, trying to catch his breath and think of what to do next, he became aware of a change in his surroundings. The forest had gone utterly silent. No bird calls, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Even the ever-present whisper of wind through leaves had ceased. The silence was absolute and terrifying. And then he saw it. Just at the edge of his vision, a figure standing between two distant trees. It was tall, impossibly tall, and thin, with limbs that seemed too long and jointed in all the wrong places. Its skin, if it could be called that, was the color and texture of old bark. And its face. Calvin squeezed his eyes shut, willing the image away. But he could still sense it there, watching him with eyes that were ancient and hungry and utterly inhuman. When he opened his eyes again, the figure was gone. But Calvin knew, with a certainty that chilled him to his core, that it was still out there. Watching. Waiting. He had to move. Had to find his way out of this forest before night fell. Because Calvin knew somehow that if darkness found him still trapped among these trees, he would never leave this place again. With aching muscles protesting every movement, Calvin forced himself to his feet. He picked a direction at random. Every way looked the same in this endless sea of trees, and began to walk. He tried to move quietly, to disturb the forest as little as possible, but every snapping twig and rustling leaf seemed to echo unnaturally in the oppressive silence. As he walked, Calvin's mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. What had Jacob meant about the old forest being alive and hungry? What was that thing he had seen watching him? None of it made sense, and yet a part of Calvin, some deep, primal part of his brain, understood all too well. This forest was old, far older than human civilization, and it held secrets that were never meant to be discovered. The day wore on, the light filtering through the canopy growing dimmer as afternoon faded towards evening. Calvin's throat was parched, his stomach cramping with hunger, but he dared not stop to search for water or food. Every instinct screamed at him to keep moving, to find a way out before darkness fell. It was as the last rays of sunlight were fading from the sky that Calvin heard it. The sound of running water. Hope surged through him. The stream. If he could find the stream, he could follow it back to the campsite, back to the trail, back to safety. Calvin quickened his pace, pushing through the underbrush towards the sound of water. But as he burst through a thick stand of ferns, his heart sank. This wasn't the small, burbling stream they had crossed on their first night. This was something else entirely. Before him stretched a wide, dark river, its waters moving with a slow, inexorable purpose. The far bank was lost in shadow and mist, and Calvin could have sworn that the shapes moving in that mist were not natural things. And there, in the middle of the river, stood a figure. It took Calvin a moment to recognize Jacob, his friend's form silhouetted against the darkening sky. Jacob stood waist-deep in the water, his arms raised, as if in supplication. "Jake!" Calvin called out, his voice cracking with fear and exhaustion. "Jake, please! We need to get out of here!" Jacob turned, and even in the gathering gloom, Calvin could see that terrible, hungry smile. "Oh, Cal," Jacob said, his voice carrying easily over the sound of the river. "Don't you see? We're already out. We're free now. Free to become part of something greater." As Jacob spoke, the water around him began to churn and bubble. Dark shapes moved beneath the surface, circling his legs, rising slowly towards the surface. "Jake, get out of the water!" Calvin screamed, taking a step towards the riverbank. But his legs wouldn't move any further. Whether from fear or some other, more unnatural force, Calvin found himself rooted to the spot. Jacob laughed, the sound high and wild, and not entirely sane. "It's too late, Cal. It's been too late since the moment we stepped into this forest. But don't worry. Soon you'll understand. Soon you'll join us." With those words, Jacob raised his arms higher, as if embracing the night sky. And then, with a sound that Calvin would hear in his nightmares for years to come, Jacob was pulled under the dark waters of the river. Calvin screamed, the sound tearing from his throat unbidden. He wanted to run to the river, to dive in after his friend, but his body wouldn't respond. All he could do was watch as the water settled, erasing any sign that Jacob had ever been there. And then, in the silence that followed, Calvin heard it. The tapping. Louder now, and coming from all around him. Tap, 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 like a countdown, like a heartbeat, like the footsteps of something vast and ancient drawing ever closer. Calvin turned, ready to run, to fight, to do anything to escape this nightmare. But what he saw froze the scream in his throat. The forest had changed. The trees were no longer trees, but vast twisted pillars of flesh and bark. And moving between them, drawing closer with each passing second, were shapes that Calvin's mind refused to fully comprehend. In that moment, as the last light faded from the sky and the horrors of the forest closed in around him, Calvin understood. This wasn't just a place. It was alive, aware, and impossibly old. And it had been waiting for them. For him. As consciousness slipped away, Calvin's last thought was of Jacob's words. "Soon you'll join us." And then the darkness took him, and Calvin Ridley was no more. Weeks later, a search party would find the abandoned RV by the side of the forest road. They would follow the overgrown trail to a small clearing, where they would discover the remains of a campsite long since reclaimed by the forest. Of Calvin Ridley and Jacob Clay, they would find no trace. The official report would chalk it up to a tragic hiking accident. Two inexperienced campers, lost in the vast wilderness of the Allegheny National Forest. But those who were part of the search would speak in hushed tones of the strange symbols they found carved into trees, of the unnatural silence that seemed to follow them through the woods, and of the constant maddening sound of tapping that echoed through the forest at night. And deep in the heart of the forest, in places untouched by human feet for centuries, something ancient stirred. It had fed well, but its hunger was far from sated. It could wait, though. It had waited for eons, after all. And sooner or later, someone else would venture into its domain, seeking adventure or escape, or answers to questions best left unasked. The forest was patient. The forest was eternal. And the forest was always, always hungry. My name is Charles Williams, and I am 74 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened to me on August 18, 1996, but the memory of it is as fresh as if it were yesterday. I've spent nearly 3 decades trying to make sense of what occurred during those fateful days in the forests of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Even now, as I put pen to paper, I can feel my heart racing and my palms growing clammy. But I feel compelled to share this story, if only to warn others who might venture into those woods, unprepared for what lurks in the shadows. I had just retired from a long stint as a high school math teacher. 35 years of equations, proofs, and teenage drama had left me yearning for something different, something wild. I'd always dreamed of exploring the vast forests of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, and with my newfound freedom, I decided it was time to make that dream a reality. My trusty RV, a 1985 Winnebago Chieftain that I'd lovingly restored over the years, seemed like the perfect vehicle for this adventure. I spent weeks preparing for the trip, stocking up on supplies, poring over maps, and making sure every system in the old girl was in working order. As the departure date drew near, I felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. There was something about the idea of being alone in the wilderness that both thrilled and unnerved me. It was during one of my final preparation sessions that I received an unexpected call. The gruff, familiar voice on the other end belonged to Carl Emerson, my old college roommate and longtime friend. We hadn't spoken in months, maybe even a year, but Carl had a way of picking up right where we left off. "Chuck, you old dog," he bellowed through the phone. "Word on the street is you're planning a little excursion up north. Room for one more?" I hesitated for a moment. Carl and I had been close once, but time and distance had taken their toll. He'd always been a bit of a wild card, prone to impulsive decisions and reckless behavior. But there was also a part of me that missed his energy, his zest for life. And if I was being honest with myself, the idea of facing the wilderness alone was becoming increasingly daunting. "Sure, Carl," I found myself saying. Why not? It'll be like old times. Carl's booming laugh filled the line. Hot damn, I'll be there tomorrow. We're going to paint that peninsula red, my friend. As I hung up the phone, I couldn't help but wonder if I'd made the right decision. Carl's presence would certainly make the trip more lively, but would it also invite chaos? Only time would tell. True to his word, Carl showed up on my doorstep the next morning, a duffel bag slung over one shoulder and his old Gibson guitar case in the other hand. His salt and pepper hair was longer than I remembered, tied back in a loose ponytail, and his face was weathered by years of outdoor living. But his eyes still held that mischievous glint I remembered from our college days. Ready to raise some hell, Chuck? He grinned, pulling me into a bear hug. I couldn't help but smile. It's Charles now, Carl, and let's try to keep the hell-raising to a minimum, shall we? We're not as young as we used to be. Carl just laughed and clapped me on the back. Speak for yourself, old man. I'm in the prime of my life. We spent the rest of the day loading up the RV and going over our route. Carl regaled me with stories of his recent adventures. Apparently, he'd spent the last few years bouncing between odd jobs and music gigs, never staying in one place for too long. As night fell, we cracked open a couple of beers and sat on my back porch, watching the stars come out. You know, Chuck, Carl said, his voice uncharacteristically soft, I'm glad you're letting me tag along. Truth is, I've been feeling a bit lost lately. Figured maybe this trip might help me find my bearings again. I nodded, understanding all too well the feeling of needing to find oneself. Well, there's plenty of space up there to do some soul-searching. Just don't get too lost in those woods, all right? We clinked our bottles together, neither of us aware of how prophetic those words would turn out to be. The next morning, we hit the road bright and early. The Winnebago rumbled to life, and we pulled out of my driveway with a sense of anticipation. The journey north was filled with easy conversation and occasional bursts of off-key singing as Carl insisted on playing DJ with his eclectic mix of classic rock and obscure folk songs. As we crossed the Mackinac Bridge into the Upper Peninsula, I felt a shift in the air. The landscape became wilder, more untamed. Dense forests stretched as far as the eye could see, broken only by the occasional glimmer of a lake or the rugged outline of distant hills. Carl, who had been dozing in the passenger seat, stirred and looked out the window. Man, would you look at that, he breathed, his eyes wide. It's like stepping back in time. I nodded, feeling a sense of awe myself. That it is. Makes you feel small, doesn't it? We drove on, deeper into the heart of the peninsula. Our destination was a small, secluded campsite near Tahquamenon Falls that I'd read about in an obscure travel guide. It was off the beaten path, promising solitude and unspoiled natural beauty. As we turned off the main road onto a narrow, winding trail, the trees seemed to close in around us. The RV's headlights cut through the gathering dusk, illuminating a world of deep shadows and rustling leaves. An owl hooted somewhere in the distance, its cry echoing through the forest. You sure you know where we're going, Chuck? Carl asked, peering out into the darkness. Pretty sure, I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The guide said it was about 10 miles down this road. We drove on in silence, the only sound the crunch of gravel under the tires and the occasional creak of the RV's frame. Just as I was beginning to wonder if we'd missed a turn, the trees parted, revealing a small clearing nestled against the banks of a gently flowing river. This must be it, I said, relief evident in my voice. We parked the RV and stepped out into the cool night air. The sound of the nearby Tahquamenon Falls filled the air, a constant, soothing rumble. Stars blanketed the sky, more than I'd ever seen before, their light casting a faint, silvery glow over the clearing. Now this, Carl said, spreading his arms wide, is what I call getting away from it all. We spent the next hour setting up camp, arranging our outdoor furniture and getting a fire going. As we sat around the crackling flames, eating a simple dinner of canned chili and crackers, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. This was what I'd been looking for, a chance to disconnect from the world and reconnect with nature. Carl strummed idly on his guitar, picking out a melancholy tune. You know, he said between chords. "I've got a good feeling about this trip, Chuck. I think we might just find what we're looking for out here." I nodded, gazing into the fire. "I hope you're right, Carl. I really do." As we turned in for the night, settling into our respective bunks in the RV, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I chalked it up to the unfamiliar surroundings and the overactive imagination of a city dweller in the wilderness. But as I drifted off to sleep, I could have sworn I heard something moving in the underbrush just beyond the clearing's edge. Little did I know, our peaceful retreat was about to take a turn into territory darker and more terrifying than anything I could have imagined. The next few days passed in a blissful blur of hiking, fishing, and relaxation. We explored the area around our campsite, marveling at the raw beauty of Tahquamenon Falls and the surrounding forest. Carl and I fell into an easy rhythm, reminiscing about old times and sharing our hopes for the future. On our fourth night in the woods, we decided to stay up late drinking beer and singing around the campfire. Carl had brought his old guitar, and we took turns belting out classic rock songs, our off-key voices echoing through the trees. As the fire died down to embers, Carl set aside his guitar and leaned in close. "Hey, Chuck," he said, his voice low and conspiratorial. "You ever hear any weird stories about these woods?" I raised an eyebrow. "Weird how?" Carl shrugged, taking a swig of his beer. "Oh, ghost stories, local legends, that kind of thing. I was talking to this old guy at the general store when we stopped for supplies yesterday. He was going on about some creature that's supposed to roam these parts. Called it the V-Trax, I think." I chuckled, shaking my head. "Come on, Carl. Don't tell me you believe in that kind of nonsense." "Nah, not really," he replied, but there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "But you gotta admit, it adds a little spice to the camping experience, doesn't it? Imagining some mysterious beast lurking in the shadows." I was about to respond when a twig snapped in the darkness beyond our campfire. We both jumped, then laughed nervously. "Probably just a raccoon," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. "Come on, it's late. We should turn in." We doused the fire and headed into the RV. As I lay in my bunk, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming during the day, now felt oppressive and full of secrets. I must have dozed off eventually because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake to a strange sound. It was just past midnight, according to the glowing digits of the RV's clock. The sound came again, a sort of scratching noise like something dragging across the metal exterior of the vehicle. "Carl," I whispered, sitting up. "You hear that?" Carl was already awake, his eyes wide in the dim light. "Yeah," he whispered back. "What the hell is it?" The scratching continued, moving slowly around the RV. My heart was pounding in my chest as I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand. "Stay here," I told Carl. "I'll check it out." "Are you crazy?" Carl hissed, but I was already moving towards the door. The cool night air hit me as I stepped outside, flashlight clutched tightly in my hand. I swept the beam around the campsite, half expecting to see some monstrous form looming in the darkness. But there was nothing, just the trees swaying gently in the breeze and the stars twinkling overhead. I was about to head back inside when something caught my eye. Near the back of the RV, the ground looked disturbed, as if something had been digging. I moved closer, shining the flashlight on the spot. The earth was indeed turned up, with long, deep furrows carved into the soil. But there were no footprints, no sign of what had caused the damage. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered Carl's story about the V-Trax. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. It was just an animal, I told myself. A bear, maybe, or a particularly ambitious raccoon. I hurried back into the RV where Carl was waiting anxiously. "Well?" he demanded as soon as I was inside. "What was it?" I hesitated, unsure of how much to say. "Probably just an animal," I replied finally. "But there's some weird marks on the ground out there, like something was digging." Carl's face paled. "You don't think—" "No," I said firmly. "Whatever you're thinking, just no. It was an animal, Carl. Nothing more." We stayed up for a while longer, talking in low voices, trying to convince ourselves that there was a rational explanation for what had happened. But even as exhaustion finally overtook us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had just experienced our first brush with something beyond our understanding. As I drifted off to sleep, I found myself hoping that the morning light would wash away the fears of the night. But deep down, I knew that our peaceful retreat had taken a dark turn, and that the true terror was yet to come. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the horrors of the night seeming like a distant dream in the cheerful light of day. Carl and I avoided talking about what had happened, instead focusing on planning our activities for the day. I was thinking we could hike out a bit further today, I suggested over a breakfast of instant oatmeal. There's supposed to be some interesting rock formations about 5 miles north of here. Carl nodded, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. Sounds good, he said, his usual enthusiasm somewhat muted. Maybe a change of scenery is just what we need. We packed day packs with water, snacks, and basic survival gear, then set out on the trail leading away from our campsite. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves, the air fresh and invigorating. As we walked, I could feel some of the unease from the previous night beginning to dissipate. The hike was challenging but rewarding. We climbed steep inclines, scrambled over fallen logs, and forded shallow streams. By midday, we had left the familiar territory around our campsite far behind, venturing into parts of the forest that felt wilder, more untamed. It was Carl who spotted it first, a structure barely visible through the trees, its weathered wood almost indistinguishable from the surrounding forest. "Hey, Chuck," he called out, pointing. "You see that?" I squinted in the direction he was indicating. "Is that a cabin?" We approached cautiously. As we drew closer, it became clear that this was no ordinary cabin. The structure was old, far older than it had any right to be in these remote woods. The roof had partially caved in, and vines and moss covered much of the exterior. It looked as if it hadn't been touched by human hands in decades, maybe even a century. "What do you think?" Carl asked, a mix of excitement and apprehension in his voice. "Should we check it out?" I hesitated. Every instinct was telling me to turn back, to return to the safety of our campsite, but curiosity won out. "All right," I said, "but let's be careful. That roof doesn't look too stable." We approached the cabin slowly, alert for any sign of danger. The door hung crookedly on its hinges, and it creaked ominously as Carl pushed it open. The interior was a mess of broken furniture, rusted tools, and years of accumulated forest debris. Sunlight filtered through holes in the roof, casting eerie shadows across the floor. But it was the walls that caught my attention. Every available surface was covered in strange symbols carved deep into the wood. They didn't resemble any language or writing system I'd ever seen. The symbols seemed to writhe and twist as I looked at them, creating unsettling patterns that hurt my eyes if I stared too long. "My God," Carl whispered, running his fingers over one of the carvings. "What is all this?" I shook my head, unable to tear my gaze away from the bizarre markings. "I don't know. Some kind of code, maybe, or—" I trailed off, not wanting to voice the other possibility that had entered my mind. Carl seemed to read my thoughts. "Or some kind of ritual site," he finished, his voice hushed. We spent the next hour exploring the cabin, taking photos and trying to make sense of what we were seeing. But the more we looked, the less sense it all made. There were no personal belongings, no signs of who might have lived here or when. Just the endless, maddening symbols covering every wall. As the afternoon wore on, I began to feel increasingly uneasy. The air in the cabin felt thick, oppressive, as if we were disturbing something that should have been left alone, and all the while I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. "Carl," I said finally, "I think we should head back. It'll be dark soon, and I don't want to be trying to find our way in the night." Carl nodded, looking relieved. "Yeah, you're right. This place is starting to give me the creeps anyway." As we stepped out of the cabin, I couldn't help but take one last look at those bizarre symbols. For a moment, I could have sworn they were moving, rearranging themselves on the walls. I blinked hard, chalking it up to eye strain and the dim light. The journey back to our campsite was tense and quiet. Both Carl and I were lost in our thoughts, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming that morning, now felt oppressive and watchful. Every snapping twig or rustling leaf made us jump. It was nearly sunset by the time we made it back to the RV. The familiar sight of our campsite should have been comforting, but instead it felt exposed and vulnerable in the fading light. "Let's get a fire going," I suggested, trying to inject some normalcy into the situation. "I don't know about you, but I could use a hot meal and a cold beer." Carl nodded, but his usual enthusiasm was noticeably absent. As we went about our camp routines, I could see him constantly scanning the tree line, as if expecting something to emerge from the gathering darkness. We sat around the campfire that evening, the flickering flames casting long shadows across our faces. The beer and food had done little to ease the tension that had settled over us since our discovery of the cabin. "Chuck," Carl said suddenly, breaking the long silence, "what do you think those symbols meant?" I sighed, poking at the fire with a stick. "I don't know, Carl. Could be anything. Maybe some old trapper's code, or what?" Carl pressed. I hesitated, not wanting to give voice to the thoughts that had been swirling in my mind. Or maybe something older. Something not entirely natural. Carl nodded slowly, his face grave in the firelight. "You're thinking about that Vitrax story, aren't you?" Before I could respond, a sound cut through the night. The same scratching noise we'd heard the previous evening, but louder now, more insistent. Carl and I exchanged alarmed glances. "That's it," Carl said, standing up abruptly. "I'm getting tired of this. Whatever it is, I'm going to scare it off." He grabbed a burning stick from the fire, brandishing it like a torch. I quickly got to my feet, snatching up the flashlight and a heavy branch that we'd been planning to use for firewood. "Be careful," I warned. But Carl was already marching towards the sound, his makeshift torch held high. We circled the RV, the firelight casting eerie, dancing shadows around us. That's when we saw it. A figure at the edge of our campsite, hunched over and scratching at the ground with long, claw-like fingers. "Hey!" Carl shouted, waving the burning stick. "Get out of here!" The figure didn't react to Carl's shout. It just kept scratching, digging at the earth with a single-minded intensity that sent chills down my spine. Carl took a step closer, and that's when the thing turned towards us. In the flickering light of the torch, I saw its face, or rather, the absence of a face. Where there should have been eyes, there were only empty black sockets. Its mouth was a gaping, toothless maw that seemed to stretch impossibly wide. Carl froze, the color draining from his face. "Warren," he whispered, his voice trembling. "What the hell is that?" I couldn't speak. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. This thing, this creature, it couldn't be real. And yet there it was, slowly rising to its full height, easily 7 feet tall, its limbs too long and jointed in all the wrong places. "Run," I finally managed to croak out. "Back to the RV, now!" We turned and ran, panic giving us speed. I could hear it behind us, a sound like dry leaves scraping against stone. We reached the RV and practically dove inside, slamming the door shut and locking it. The scratching started again, almost immediately, more frantic now. The whole RV shook with the force of it. "Do you have anything we can use to defend ourselves?" Carl asked, his eyes wild with fear. I rummaged through my supplies, my hands shaking. "I've got a hunting knife and a flare gun," I said, pulling them out. "But I don't know if that'll be enough." We stayed up all night, huddled in the RV, listening to the relentless scratching. Sometimes it would stop for a few minutes, and in those moments of silence, the suspense was almost worse than the noise. We'd strain our ears, wondering if it had gone, only for the scratching to start up again, louder than before. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, the scratching finally stopped. Carl and I looked at each other, exhausted and terrified. "Is it gone?" Carl whispered. I shook my head. "I don't know. But we can't stay in here forever." Slowly, cautiously, we opened the door and stepped outside. The morning air was cool and damp, mist rising from the ground in ethereal tendrils. At first glance, everything looked normal. But then we saw the ground around the RV. The earth was torn up, covered in deep, jagged marks that no animal could have made. And there, a few feet from the RV, was a hole, a perfect circle about 3 feet in diameter, descending into darkness. Carl and I approached it warily. The hole was deep, far deeper than it should have been possible to dig in a single night, and at the bottom, barely visible in the dim light, was a glint of white. "Are those—" Carl began, his voice cracking. I nodded grimly. "Bones. Human bones." We looked at each other, the full horror of our situation finally sinking in. Without a word, we turned and began packing up camp as quickly as we could. Neither of us wanted to spend another moment in that haunted forest. As we drove away, the RV bouncing along the rough dirt road, I couldn't shake the feeling that our ordeal wasn't over. That somehow, in some way, the thing we'd encountered, the Vetrax, was still out there, waiting. We didn't stop driving until we reached the nearest town, a small logging community called Newberry. Even then, surrounded by the trappings of civilization, we didn't feel safe. We went to the local police station to report what we'd seen, but the bored-looking deputy behind the desk didn't seem to take us seriously. "Probably just a bear," he said, barely looking up from his paperwork. "They can make a real mess of a campsite if they're after food." "It wasn't a bear," Carl insisted, his voice rising. "We saw it. It was something else." The deputy sighed, finally meeting our eyes. "Look, fellas, I get it. The woods can play tricks on your mind, especially at night. But there's no monsters out there, just animals and the occasional lost hiker. Now, do you want to file a report about vandalism to your campsite, or—" We left the station feeling frustrated and invalidated. Carl was fuming, muttering under his breath about small-town cops and willful ignorance. I was quieter, lost in my own thoughts. Part of me wanted to believe the deputy, to accept the rational explanation that we'd simply been spooked by an animal. But I knew what I'd seen. Those empty eye sockets, that gaping maw. No bear could have looked like that. We got a room at a small motel on the outskirts of town. Neither of us felt up to driving any further, and if I was honest with myself, I was afraid of what might happen if we tried to leave the area. It felt like we were caught in the gravity of something larger than ourselves, something we didn't understand. That night, as we lay in our separate beds, unable to sleep, Carl spoke up. "Chuck," he said, his voice small in the darkness. "What do we do now?" I sighed, staring up at the water-stained ceiling. "I don't know, Carl. I really don't know." The next few days passed in a blur. We stayed in Newberry, telling ourselves we were researching, trying to find out more about the Vetrax and the strange symbols we'd seen in the cabin. But the truth was, we were both too scared to leave. We scoured the local library, pored over old newspapers, and even tried to talk to some of the older residents of the town. But we found nothing concrete, just vague stories and half-remembered legends. The Vetrax, it seemed, was a shadow on the edge of local folklore, never fully seen or understood. It was on our 4th day in Newberry that Carl announced he was leaving. "I can't do this anymore, Chuck," he said, shoving clothes into his duffel bag. "I feel like I'm going crazy. I need to get out of here, get back to the real world." Part of me wanted to go with him, to put this whole nightmare behind us. But something held me back, a need to understand, to make sense of what had happened to us. "I think I'm going to stay a bit longer," I told him. "Just a few more days. There's got to be some explanation for what we saw." Carl paused in his packing, looking at me with a mix of concern and fear. "Don't get lost out there, Chuck," he said softly. "Whatever that thing is, it's not worth your sanity. Or your life." We said our goodbyes the next morning. As I watched Carl's car disappear down the road, I felt a profound sense of loneliness settle over me, but I was determined to see this through, to find some answers. Over the next week, I delved deeper into my research. I expanded my search, looking into Native American legends, early settler accounts, even geological surveys of the area. Slowly, a pattern began to emerge. The Vetrax, or something like it, had been part of local lore for centuries. The Ojibwe people had stories of a creature that lived beneath the earth, emerging at night to hunt. Early French trappers wrote of a demon des bois, a demon of the woods, that left strange markings on trees and rocks. But it was a geological report from the 1950s that really caught my attention. The survey team had discovered a network of caves running deep beneath the Upper Peninsula. Most of the system was too narrow for human exploration, but they'd found evidence of something living down there. Claw marks on the cave walls, inexplicable bone fragments, and in one particularly chilling note, a reference to symbols of unknown origin carved into the rock. As I pieced together this information, a theory began to form in my mind. The Vatrax wasn't just some forest creature or local boogeyman. It was something older, something that had been in these woods long before humans arrived. And those symbols we'd seen in the cabin, they were a language, a way of marking territory or casting spells. The cabin itself was probably built by some long-ago trapper or settler who'd had his own encounter with the creature and tried to protect himself with its own symbols. But knowing this didn't make me feel any safer. If anything, it made the threat feel more real, more immediate. Because if the Vatrax was real, if it had been haunting these woods for centuries, then what chance did we stand against it? I stayed in Newbury for another week, gathering as much information as I could. But eventually, I knew I had to leave. The motel was getting expensive, and I could sense the locals were starting to view me with suspicion. The strange outsider asking too many questions about old legends. As I packed up my car, I made a decision that I knew was probably foolish, but I couldn't help myself. I was going back to our campsite. Just for a day, I told myself. Just to see if there was any evidence left, anything to confirm that what we'd experienced was real. The drive back into the forest was tense. Every shadow among the trees seemed to hide a threat. Every rustle of leaves made me flinch. But I pressed on, following the now familiar road to our old campsite. When I arrived, I was shocked to find the area completely undisturbed. There were no signs of our campfire, no marks on the ground where the RV had been parked. Even the hole we'd seen that last morning was gone, the earth smooth and covered in a layer of fallen leaves. For a moment, I felt a wave of relief. Maybe it had all been a dream, a shared hallucination brought on by too many campfire stories and Carl's wild imagination. But as I walked around the clearing, something caught my eye. There, carved into the trunk of a massive old oak tree, were the symbols. The same bizarre, twisting shapes we'd seen in the cabin. They looked fresh, the exposed wood still light against the dark bark. My heart pounding, I approached the tree. The symbols seemed to shift and move as I looked at them, forming patterns that hurt my eyes and made my head spin. And as I stood there staring at this impossible message, I heard it. The scratching sound coming from somewhere behind me. I ran faster than I've ever run in my life, not daring to look back. I could hear it pursuing me, that dry, scraping sound growing louder. I reached my car, fumbled with the keys, and somehow managed to start the engine. As I sped away, I caught a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror, a tall, twisted shape at the edge of the clearing, its empty eye sockets fixed on my retreating car. Then I was around a bend in the road, and it was gone. I didn't stop driving until I was out of Michigan entirely. I crossed into Wisconsin, then kept going, putting as much distance between myself and the Upper Peninsula as I could. In the years since, I've tried to put that experience behind me. I moved to Florida, about as far from the forests of Michigan as I could get. I've never told anyone the full story, not even my family. Who would believe me? Carl and I kept in touch for a while, exchanging the occasional phone call or letter. But our conversations were always stilted, haunted by the unspoken memory of what we'd experienced. Eventually, we drifted apart. Last I heard, he'd moved to California, taken up surfing. I hope he found some peace out there by the ocean. As for me, I've never been camping again. I can't even bring myself to walk in the woods behind my house, because I know now that there are things out there in the wild places of the world, things that defy explanation or understanding. Sometimes, late at night, I'll wake up to a sound, a faint scratching, like claws on metal. In those moments, my heart races, and I'm back in that RV, huddled in the dark, listening to the Vetrax trying to get in. It's just the wind in the palm trees, I tell myself. Just a branch scraping against the side of the house, but deep down, I know the truth. The Vetrax is still out there in the dark forests of Michigan, waiting, watching, and someday, somehow I fear it might find me again. So if you ever find yourself in the Upper Peninsula, if you're ever tempted to venture off the beaten path and into those ancient woods, remember my story. And listen, really listen, to the sounds of the forest at night. Because if you hear scratching, if you see strange symbols carved into the trees, run, and don't look back. Because the Vetrax is real, and once it finds you, it never truly lets you go. The air felt cool against my cheeks as I followed the narrow footpath, my breath forming small clouds in the morning chill. My dog, a stocky mixed breed with bright, alert eyes, padded alongside me, her muscles tense beneath her coat. She kept glancing up at me, seeking reassurance I couldn't give. It was early October, and the sun's rays were still stretching across the leaf-littered ground, creating long shadows that seemed to reach for us with dark fingers. I'd chosen this public stretch of woods for the quiet, hoping to enjoy a morning free from the crushing weight of everyday responsibilities. The forest stretched for miles in every direction, a maze of trails that few people bothered to explore this early. I remember noticing how unnaturally still everything seemed. Sure, there were distant bird calls echoing through the canopy, but the undergrowth felt oddly devoid of the usual rustling of small animals. My dog paused every few steps, her nose working overtime, nostrils flaring as she processed scents I couldn't detect. Each time she stopped, my stomach tightened. I felt that sharp twinge of caution, the same primal jolt that our ancestors must have felt when they realized predators might be stalking them through tall grass. The trail meandered through dense scrub, the path barely visible beneath fallen leaves that crunched too loudly under our feet. Eventually, the trail dipped toward a shallow creek bed where the water gurgled over smooth stones. A cluster of leafless branches overhead formed a skeletal canopy, their bare limbs reaching across the sky like arthritic fingers. They looked like they'd host a roosting flock, but I didn't spot any birds right away. The absence of wildlife made my skin crawl. My dog's ears suddenly flicked forward, then back, and she let out a low, guttural growl that I'd never heard from her before. Every muscle in her body went rigid. Instinct screamed at me to stop moving. I froze mid-step, letting my gaze sweep across the creek and into the shadowy forest beyond. The sun sparkled on the shallow water, creating a deceptive scene of tranquility that contradicted every alarm bell ringing in my head. In that moment, a primal impulse seized me. Without conscious thought, my hand shot out to grab my dog's collar, shortening the leash until she was pressed against my leg. I dropped into a crouch, my knees protesting against the sudden movement. My heart hammered so hard I was sure anything within 50 feet could hear it. Every sense sharpened simultaneously, my body preparing for a threat I couldn't identify. I scanned the tree line with methodical precision. That's when I spotted them. A group of wild turkeys perched in the branches, their dark forms nearly invisible against the morning glare. They were massive birds, their bodies swaying slightly as they adjusted their grip on the branches. For a fleeting moment, relief washed over me. Just turkeys. That's what had my dog on edge. But the relief evaporated when I heard it. A deliberate rustle from behind us, too measured to be wind, too heavy to be a small animal. My dog's body went rigid against my leg, a barely audible whimper escaping her throat. I pivoted slowly, my joints stiff with tension, expecting to see a deer or perhaps another early morning hiker. What emerged from the brush made my mouth go dry. A man materialized from the undergrowth like a specter, dressed head to toe in military-grade camouflage that had rendered him nearly invisible. He cradled a compound bow in one hand, an arrow already nocked. His face was painted in earth tones, and his eyes, his eyes, were cold and predatory, fixed on something beyond me, with laser focus. He froze when he spotted me, and I watched the calculation happen behind those hunters' eyes. His jaw clenched, the muscles in his neck standing out like cords. The mask of irritation that crossed his features was unmistakable. A predator interrupted mid-stalk, his carefully orchestrated hunt ruined by my bumbling presence. For what felt like hours, but was probably seconds, we remained locked in that tableau. Him standing there with his weapon, me crouched with my terrified dog, and those oblivious turkeys rustling overhead. I could see his finger twitch near the arrow's fletching, and for one horrifying moment, I wondered if he was considering whether to eliminate the witness to his illegal hunting. I raised a trembling hand in what I hoped was a peaceful gesture, my throat too constricted to form words. His gaze shifted from me to my dog, then to the turkeys, and finally back to me. His mouth twisted into something that wasn't quite a smile, more like a silent promise that I'd remember this encounter. Without a word, he melted back into the forest, moving with such practiced stealth that I lost sight of him within seconds. Only a faint rustle of leaves marked his passage. The encounter left me shaking. I remained crouched for several minutes after he disappeared, afraid that standing might draw him back. My dog pressed harder against me, her body trembling in sync with mine. When I finally found the courage to rise, my legs nearly buckled. The turkeys, still unaware of how close they'd come to death, continued their morning preening. We abandoned the trail immediately, taking the shortest route back to the parking area. Every shadow became a potential hiding spot, every sound a possible footstep. I'd hiked these woods for years, but they'd transformed in an instant from a place of peace to a hunting ground where I was no longer the apex predator. The walk back took an eternity. My dog stayed glued to my side, her usual curiosity about scents and sounds completely suppressed. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see that camouflaged figure following us, bow drawn. The rational part of my brain tried to argue that he was just a hunter, illegally pursuing game on public land. But the primitive part, the part that had kept our species alive for millennia, knew better. That man had looked at me the way a cat looks at a mouse, evaluating, calculating, deciding. When we finally reached my car, my hands shook so badly I dropped the keys twice. The metallic jingle seemed to echo through the empty parking lot like a dinner bell. I practically threw my dog into the back seat and locked the doors before starting the engine. Only when we were miles away did my breathing begin to normalize. That night, sleep came in fitful bursts. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that hunter's face, painted for war, emerging from the forest. I researched local hunting regulations obsessively, confirming what I already knew. Bow hunting was strictly prohibited in those woods. The area was too close to residential neighborhoods, too popular with families. Yet someone had been there, armed and ready to kill, moving through the forest like he owned it. A year passed before I felt brave enough to venture into any wooded area alone again. When I finally did, I chose a different location entirely, a suburban edge trail known for its wide, well-maintained paths and scenic overlooks. This wasn't wilderness, it was nature domesticated, complete with interpretive signs and emergency call boxes every half mile. The kind of place where soccer moms jogged with strollers and elderly couples fed ducks at the pond. My dog had developed a wariness of wooded areas that matched my own. She no longer pulled eagerly toward the trailhead, but instead hung back, needing encouragement to proceed. We'd both been changed by that morning encounter, marked by it in ways that went deeper than memory. The parking area should have been busy on such a beautiful afternoon. The weather was perfect. Crisp autumn air, golden sunlight filtering through changing leaves, yet only 2 other cars sat in the lot, both empty, their windows reflecting the surrounding trees like dark mirrors. An elderly sedan with a faded bumper sticker and a mud-splattered pickup truck that looked abandoned rather than parked. As we started down the gravel path, the wrongness hit immediately. No chatter of voices carried on the wind, no rhythmic footfalls of joggers, no children's laughter from the playground near the pond. Even the omnipresent hum of traffic from the nearby highway seemed muted, as if the forest had thrown up walls to block out the outside world. My dog's behavior confirmed my unease. She moved with her tail low, ears constantly swiveling, stopping every few yards to test the air. Her nose worked frantically, processing information that her limited vocabulary couldn't communicate to me. All she could do was whine softly and press closer to my legs. Her usual confidence evaporated. I tried to rationalize the emptiness. Maybe there was a big game on TV. Maybe the weather forecast had predicted rain. Maybe everyone else had simply found better things to do on this particular afternoon. But these explanations felt hollow, like whistling past a graveyard. The forest knew something I didn't, and it was keeping its secrets. The trail wound through groves of oak and maple, their branches forming a canopy overhead that filtered the sunlight into a golden twilight. Beautiful under other circumstances. Today, those same trees felt like they were closing in, their shadows too dark, their branches reaching too low. Every tree trunk could hide a watcher. Every cluster of bushes could conceal a threat. About a quarter-mile in, we passed the first interpretive sign, a cheerful placard describing local bird species. Someone had scratched deep gouges across the text, obliterating the information beneath. The vandalism looked fresh, the exposed wood still pale and raw. My dog sniffed at the base of the sign and immediately backed away, hackles raised. The wooden footbridge appeared around the next bend, spanning a shallow stream that usually attracted photographers and nature enthusiasts. Built just 2 years ago with treated lumber and steel cables, it was the trail's centerpiece, the spot featured in all the tourism brochures. Today it stood empty, its planks gleaming dully in the filtered sunlight. My dog planted her feet at the bridge's entrance, refusing to proceed. I'd never seen her react this way to a simple structure. She'd crossed this same bridge dozens of times before without hesitation. Now she pulled back against the leash, her whines escalating to sharp, panicked barks that shattered the oppressive silence. I knelt beside her, running my hand along her trembling flank while scanning the area. The stream below gurgled peacefully, its water clear enough to see the sandy bottom. The bridge itself appeared structurally sound, no visible damage or obstacles. Yet something about this place radiated wrongness, like heat from a fever. That's when I noticed the smell. It crept into my awareness gradually, a sour, organic stench that made my stomach clench. Not quite decay, but something adjacent to it, like meat left too long in the sun, or the smell that clings to clothes after a stay in a hospital. It seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, carried on air that had gone still and thick. Movement in my peripheral vision made me spin toward the far bank. Nothing there but swaying branches and dancing shadows. Yet I could have sworn I'd seen something larger, something that didn't belong. My dog's barking intensified, echoing off the trees in a way that made it sound like multiple dogs, all raising an alarm. I made the decision to cross. Staying in one spot felt more dangerous than moving forward. Maybe it was stubborn pride, or maybe it was the knowledge that the parking lot was now as far behind us as the trail's end was ahead. Either way, I practically dragged my protesting dog onto the bridge's planks. Halfway across, I understood her reluctance. The stench intensified, and with it came a sensation I can only describe as being examined. Not watched. That implies passive observation. This felt active, invasive, like unseen hands rifling through my pockets or fingers combing through my hair. My skin crawled with the phantom touch of evaluation. Below us, the stream continued its peaceful flow, but the water looked darker now, less inviting. I noticed things I'd missed before. A shopping cart submerged near the bank, its metal skeleton rusted and twisted. A scatter of cloth that might have been clothing caught on exposed roots. The detritus of human presence in a place that suddenly felt very far from civilization. We made it across the bridge, but the feeling of being studied only intensified. The trail narrowed here, hemmed in by thick undergrowth that reduced visibility to mere feet on either side. Branches reached across the path at face height, forcing me to duck and weave like a boxer avoiding punches. My dog stayed plastered to my legs, making forward progress difficult. A branch snapped somewhere to our left, a sharp, definitive crack that spoke of significant weight. Not a squirrel or bird. Something substantial. I froze, straining my ears for follow-up sounds. Another crack, closer this time, accompanied by the rustle of disturbed foliage. Whatever was out there wasn't trying particularly hard to be quiet. My mind raced through possibilities. A deer would have bolted by now. A bear was unlikely in this suburban interface. A person? The thought made my throat constrict. What kind of person would be creeping through the brush parallel to the trail, maintaining pace with hikers? I forced myself to keep walking, fighting the urge to run. Running felt like it would trigger something, like a prey response that would invite pursuit. Instead, I moved with deliberate calm, keeping my breathing steady despite the scream building in my chest. My dog seemed to understand, matching my pace precisely, her body coiled like a spring. The sounds continued, sometimes falling behind, sometimes surging ahead. At one point, I could have sworn I heard breathing, deep, rhythmic inhalations that didn't match my own rapid pants. The rational part of my brain tried to dismiss it as wind through leaves, but wind doesn't maintain a steady rhythm. Wind doesn't pause when you pause. Through a gap in the trees, I caught a glimpse of something that made my steps falter. A flash of pale color against the dark forest backdrop. Not quite white, more like the wan shade of exposed skin. It appeared and vanished so quickly I couldn't be certain I'd seen anything at all. But my dog had seen it too. She pressed against me hard enough to nearly knock me off balance, a keening whine escaping her throat. The trail entered what I'd always thought of as the tunnel, a stretch where the trees grew so thick overhead that even bright daylight dimmed to twilight. On pleasant days, it provided welcome shade. Now it felt like entering the throat of some enormous beast, the shadows thick enough to hide anything. My phone buzzed in my pocket, the sudden vibration making me jump. No signal, of course. The screen showed the time, 3:47 p.m., but that seemed impossible. We'd been on the trail for what felt like hours, but surely no more than 40 minutes had passed. Time had gone elastic, stretching and compressing in ways that defied logic. The sounds from the brush had stopped, which somehow felt worse than their presence. At least when I could hear movement, I had a general sense of where the threat might be. Now, the silence pressed in from all sides, broken only by our footsteps and my dog's rapid panting. Even the birds had gone quiet, creating a pocket of dead air that moved with us along the trail. Halfway through the tree tunnel, I saw them, footprints in a muddy patch beside the path. Fresh prints, the edges still sharp and clean. They led from the trail into the underbrush and back again, a pattern that suggested someone had stepped off the path to observe something, or someone. The prints were large, made by heavy boots with deep treads, recent enough that moisture still gleamed in the deepest impressions. I tried to step around them, pulling my dog to the far side of the trail. That's when I noticed the second set of prints, smaller, made by worn sneakers. These tracks followed the same pattern but looked older, the edges already beginning to crumble. How many people had stood in this spot watching the trail? How many times had hikers like me passed by, oblivious to the observers in the brush? The trail began its final descent toward the parking area, and with each step, my urgency grew. The forest seemed to press closer, the shadows darker, the silence more oppressive. My dog had given up any pretense of normal behavior, practically crawling along the ground, her tail tucked so far it touched her belly. Then I heard it, a sound that made every hair on my body stand upright. Laughter. Soft, breathy laughter coming from somewhere behind us. Not the hearty laugh of a hiker enjoying nature, but something else. Something that found genuine amusement in our fear. The sound slithered through the trees, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. I abandoned all pretense of calm. Grabbing my dog's collar, I broke into a run. Branches whipped at my face, roots tried to catch my feet, but I didn't slow. Behind us, the laughter grew louder, joined by the crash of something large moving through the underbrush, no longer trying to hide, no longer content to simply watch. The parking area appeared through the trees like an oasis in a nightmare. My car sat alone now. The other two vehicles had vanished. I didn't pause to wonder where they'd gone, or if they'd ever really been there at all. My hands shook so badly it took 3 tries to hit the unlock button on my key fob. As I fumbled with the door handle, I risked a glance back at the trail. A figure stood at the forest edge, just visible in the shadow of the trees. Tall, unnaturally thin, wearing clothes that didn't quite fit right. The face was turned toward us, but the features were indistinct, blurred like a photograph taken with a moving camera. It raised one hand in what might have been a wave or might have been something else entirely. I drove home in a haze, checking the mirrors obsessively, taking random turns to ensure I wasn't followed. My dog huddled on the floor of the back seat, refusing to jump up onto her usual spot. It wasn't until we were safe inside my house, doors locked and curtains drawn, that I allowed myself to truly process what had happened. 2 encounters, 2 different forests, 2 experiences of being hunted by something that wore human shape but moved with inhuman intent. The first had been a hunter, yes, but a hunter who'd looked at me with calculation that went beyond annoyance at a ruined stalk. The second, I couldn't even categorize what the second had been. I started researching, diving into local forums and news archives. What I found made my blood run cold. Reports dating back years of hikers experiencing similar encounters. Always in isolated spots. Always that feeling of being watched, studied, evaluated. Some people reported finding makeshift blinds in the trees, places where someone could observe the trails undetected. Others described finding strange markings on trees, symbols that looked almost like tallies. It started like any other hunting trip, but by the end of the day, I wished I'd stayed home. I parked my truck on the side of an old logging road, a good 10 miles from the nearest paved highway, the kind of place where even the wind seems to think twice before passing through. The forest here always felt older, like it had seen things no one was meant to see. But I shook it off. I wasn't the superstitious type. This area was a hunter's dream. The October air bit at my exposed skin as I shouldered my pack and checked my rifle one final time. My breath formed small clouds that dissipated quickly in the cold morning air. The temperature had dropped below freezing the night before, leaving a thin layer of frost on everything. Each step crunched softly on the frozen leaves as I made my way toward the trail entrance. Something felt different about this particular morning. The usual sounds were absent. No chattering squirrels, no distant bird calls, not even the rustle of small creatures moving through the underbrush. I attributed it to the cold snap. Animals often went quiet when the temperature dropped suddenly. Still, the absence of life created an unsettling vacuum that seemed to swallow even my own footsteps. I'd hunted these woods for over 15 years, since I was barely old enough to hold a rifle steady. My father had brought me here first, teaching me to track, to read signs, to respect the wilderness. The old man always said these woods demanded respect, but never explained why. Now, standing at the mouth of the trail with my truck disappearing behind the tree line, I wondered if I should have pressed him for details. The first mile into the woods went smoothly enough. The trail was overgrown in places, thick with brambles and roots that seemed to claw at my boots. Above me, the canopy blocked out most of the afternoon sun, leaving the woods bathed in a dim greenish light. I'd chosen this spot because I'd seen fresh buck tracks the week before. Big ones. But today, the woods felt different. The silence grew thicker with each step. Not just quiet, silent in a way that made my ears ring. I stopped frequently to listen, expecting to hear something, anything that would indicate normal forest life. Instead, I heard only my own breathing, magnified in the stillness until it sounded labored and intrusive. Dead trees stood at odd angles, their bare branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Some had fallen across the path, forcing me to climb over or around them. The bark on many trees showed deep gouges, far too large and numerous to be normal animal marks. They ran in parallel lines, as if something with massive claws had methodically marked its territory. Fresh sap still oozed from some of the wounds. I paused to examine one particularly disturbing set of marks. The gouges were at least 8 feet off the ground, carved deep into the solid oak. Whatever had made them possessed incredible strength. The wood fibers were shredded, not cut clean like axe marks would be. These looked more like something had violently raked its claws down the trunk in a frenzy of aggression. My hands began to sweat despite the cold. Every hunter knows to read the signs, and these signs were screaming warnings I didn't want to acknowledge. But I'd come too far to turn back now, and my practical mind kept offering rational explanations. Bears, probably. A large black bear marking territory. Nothing more sinister than that. After about an hour, I reached the clearing I'd scouted earlier. It was a perfect setup. A small meadow surrounded by dense underbrush. If anything crossed through, I'd have a clear shot from my blind. I climbed up into the tree stand I'd rigged last season, settling in for the evening. The sun was just beginning to dip below the tree line, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. From my elevated position, I could see the entire clearing and several game trails that converged at its center. This should have been prime hunting territory, but something felt fundamentally wrong. The grass in the meadow was trampled in strange patterns, not the random paths of grazing deer, but deliberate circles and lines that formed no recognizable pattern. As I adjusted my position in the stand, I noticed something that made my stomach clench. Scattered throughout the clearing were bones, not the typical remains left by predators, but bones that had been arranged. Cleaned completely of flesh and positioned in small piles, each stack containing different types. All leg bones in one pile, all ribs in another, skulls grouped separately. The skulls were the worst part. They weren't all from the same type of animal. I could identify deer skulls, raccoons, a few that might have been rabbits, and others I couldn't place. But they all shared one disturbing characteristic. Each skull showed signs of blunt force trauma, as if something had systematically crushed the cranium of every animal in the clearing. I forced myself to breathe steadily and focus on the tree line. Whatever had done this might still be in the area, and if it was, I wanted to see it coming. The sun continued its descent, casting longer shadows across the meadow. The bone piles caught the fading light, creating a macabre landscape that belonged in nightmares, not nature. For a while, I let the peace of the woods wash over me. Hunting isn't just about pulling the trigger. It's about sitting still, blending in, and letting the forest forget you're there. But the peace didn't last long. The first scream cut through the quiet like a blade. High-pitched and ragged, it sent a jolt through my chest. A rabbit, I thought. Probably a hawk or a fox got hold of it. But the sound didn't stop. It just kept going. A horrible, gut-wrenching wail that made my skin crawl. If you've ever heard a rabbit scream, you know it's not a sound you forget. But this was worse, longer, louder, and more desperate than any animal cry I'd ever heard. The scream rose and fell in waves, each one more piercing than the last. It echoed off the trees, creating a chorus of agony that seemed to come from every direction at once. I pressed my hands against my ears, but the sound penetrated through my palms, reverberating inside my skull until I thought I might go mad. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. It pressed down on me, heavy and suffocating, like the whole forest was holding its breath. My hands shook as I gripped my rifle tighter, scanning the underbrush through my scope. That's when I noticed the blood. Dark stains had appeared on the grass below my stand, forming a rough circle around the bone piles. The blood was fresh, still gleaming wetly in the fading light. It hadn't been there moments before, I was certain of that. Somehow, during that horrific screaming, something had bled extensively in the clearing below me. The metallic smell of blood mixed with something else, something rotten and sweet that made my stomach turn. I fought the urge to vomit, focusing instead on staying absolutely still. Whatever had caused that scream might still be nearby, and I had no intention of announcing my presence. I adjusted my scope and scanned the clearing, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. That's when I saw it. At first I thought it was a deer, a pale shape moving low to the ground, weaving through the thicket about 30 yards away. But something about the way it moved was fundamentally wrong. Its limbs jerked awkwardly, like a marionette controlled by a drunk puppeteer. The creature moved in stops and starts, occasionally pausing to cock its head at unnatural angles. Even through my scope, I could see that its proportions were off. The limbs were too long, the torso too narrow, the head too small for its body. I squinted through the scope, trying to make out details, but the undergrowth was too thick. The thing's skin appeared almost translucent, showing dark veins beneath like a roadmap of corruption. It had no hair that I could see, just smooth, pallid flesh that seemed to glow with its own sickly light. It vanished behind a tree, and I held my breath, waiting for it to reappear. Minutes passed, but it didn't emerge. Instead, I heard a new sound, a wet, sliding noise, like something dragging itself across wet leaves. The sound moved in a circle around the clearing, always staying just beyond my line of sight. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched across the clearing like grasping fingers. I should have felt relieved when the pale shape disappeared. But instead, a cold knot of dread formed in my stomach. The sliding sound continued, methodically working its way around the perimeter of the meadow. Then I realized what was happening. The thing was circling me, staying in the dense brush where I couldn't get a clear shot. It knew I was here, it knew exactly where I was positioned, and it was hunting me just as deliberately as I had come here to hunt. The sun had nearly set when I heard the voice for the first time. Soft at first, barely more than a whisper carried on the still air. "Help," it said. Just that one word, repeated over and over in a flat, emotionless tone. "Help, help, help." The words floated through the trees, but there was no inflection, no urgency that you'd expect from someone in distress. It sounded mechanical, like a recording played through a damaged speaker. Not a plea, not a cry for assistance, just a statement repeated with robotic precision. I froze, every instinct screaming at me to stay perfectly still. The voice came from where the pale figure had disappeared, continuing its monotonous chant. "Help! Help! Help!" Each repetition was identical to the last, devoid of any human emotion or variation. 15 times it repeated the word. I counted each one, my finger hovering over the trigger of my rifle. Then it stopped, leaving the woods so silent I could hear my own heartbeat echoing in my ears. The absence of the voice was somehow more terrifying than the sound itself. A sharp crack broke the stillness, loud as a gunshot, the sound of a large branch snapping under considerable weight. The crack was followed by an explosion of motion as birds burst from the trees, squirrels skittered up trunks, and a small herd of deer crashed through the brush on the far side of the clearing, running as if something was chasing them. But there were no footsteps, no sound of pursuit. Just that single crack followed by pandemonium. Then absolute silence. Whatever had broken that branch was still out there, but it moved without making any noise at all. The very trees seemed to shrink away from its presence. I remained frozen in my stand, afraid that even the slightest movement would draw its attention. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold, and my muscles began to cramp from holding the same position for so long. The darkness was complete now, with only scattered moonlight filtering through the canopy. I sat there, paralyzed by fear and indecision. My rifle was clutched so tightly my knuckles had gone white, but I couldn't shake the feeling that bullets wouldn't stop whatever was out there. The clearing was empty now, but the sensation of being watched pressed against me like a physical weight. I knew I had to get out of there, but leaving the relative safety of the tree stand felt like stepping into a trap. The forest was dark, and my only light source was back in the truck. All I had was the faint moonlight filtering through the branches, casting twisted shadows across the ground. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to move. Staying in the stand would only delay the inevitable. I couldn't spend the night up there, and whatever was hunting me seemed patient enough to wait. The first step down from the stand felt like crossing a threshold into hell. My boots hit the soft earth with a sound that seemed to echo forever in the stillness. The clearing stretched out before me, the bone piles now invisible in the darkness, but still present in my mind like a map of death. I stayed low, rifle at the ready, and made my way toward the trail. I hadn't gone more than 20 yards when I heard the footsteps. They were faint at first, just behind me, crunching softly on the dry leaves. I stopped dead in my tracks, holding my breath. The sound stopped too. Whatever was following me was smart enough to match my movements, to use my own noise to mask its approach. I forced myself forward, keeping my pace steady despite every instinct screaming at me to run. The trail felt narrower than it had on the way in, like the forest had grown overnight. Branches reached out from the darkness, snagging at my sleeves and pack, slowing me down with deliberate malice. The footsteps resumed, closer now and more distinct. They had a strange quality to them, not quite human, but not animal either. Too heavy for the pale, thin creature I'd glimpsed, but too irregular for a normal person. Sometimes there would be 3 or 4 steps in rapid succession, then a long pause, then a single heavy impact that shook the ground. "Who's there?" My voice cut through the darkness, steadier than I expected. The footsteps stopped immediately, but I could feel something listening, evaluating, deciding. The silence stretched on until I thought I might scream just to break it. Then, faint and far too calm, I heard it again. "Over here, please, over here." The voice was closer now, maybe 50 feet behind me, and it carried that same flat, emotionless quality, like someone practicing human speech without understanding what the words meant. I didn't wait to hear more. I turned and started moving faster, almost jogging despite the darkness and uneven terrain. The footsteps matched my pace immediately, no longer trying to hide. They crashed through the underbrush now, following my path with disturbing accuracy. The trail twisted and turned, each bend feeling like it led deeper into a carefully laid trap. My lungs burned from the cold air and exertion, but I didn't dare slow down. Behind me, the pursuit continued with mechanical persistence, never gaining ground, but never falling behind either. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. Just for a second, barely more than a flash in the moonlight, I saw something moving between the trees. It was pale and hunched, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. Its movements were jerky and wrong, like a spider trying to walk upright. And its eyes, God help me, its eyes. They reflected the moonlight like an animal's, but they were too large, too knowing. They locked onto mine for just an instant, and in that moment, I saw an intelligence that was both alien and malevolent. It wasn't just following me, it was enjoying the hunt. I stumbled and went down hard, landing on my side with the rifle clattering away into the darkness. For a moment, I just lay there, gasping for breath and waiting for those terrible hands to close around my throat. But the footsteps had stopped again. I rolled onto my back, frantically searching for my rifle. The breathing reached me first, low and raspy, like air being drawn through damaged tissue. It was close, maybe 10 feet away, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness. I found my rifle and raised it toward the sound, my hands shaking so badly I could barely aim. The breathing stopped. Then, from directly above me, came a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life. A low, wet clicking, like a tongue exploring the inside of a dry mouth. Something was in the trees directly overhead, looking down at me. I didn't wait to see what it was. I rolled to my feet and ran, crashing through the brush with complete abandon. Branches tore at my clothes and face, but I didn't care. All that mattered was reaching the truck, reaching safety, reaching the world of normal things that didn't click and breathe and hunt in the darkness. When I finally burst out onto the gravel road, it felt like surfacing from deep water. But the feeling of safety was an illusion. The forest behind me rustled with movement, and I could feel those terrible eyes watching from the tree line. I fumbled with my keys, my hands trembling so badly it took 3 tries to unlock the truck. I threw myself inside, locking the doors and starting the engine in one motion. As I reversed onto the road, I made the mistake of looking in the rearview mirror. It was there, standing just at the edge of the trees, tall and pale and impossibly thin, with those reflective eyes that caught my headlights like mirrors. It didn't move as I drove away, just watched with that patient, predatory stillness that told me this wasn't over. I floored the accelerator, gravel spraying from my tires as I tore down that lonely road. I didn't stop until I reached the highway, and even then I kept checking my mirrors, expecting to see that pale figure following in the darkness. I never went back to those woods. Never will. Because some things are better left undisturbed, and some hunts end with the hunter becoming the hunted. The forest keeps its secrets, and I intend to let it keep mine. My name is Robert Smith, and I am 72 years old. What I'm about to recount happened to me on September 17, 1993, a date forever etched in my memory. It was supposed to be just another ordinary weekend camping trip in my RV, something I did often to escape the relentless hustle of my job in Chicago. Little did I know that this particular trip would change my life forever. I remember waking up early that Friday morning, the cool autumn air seeping through my bedroom window. At 41 years old, I was in the prime of my life, a successful marketing executive with a corner office overlooking the Chicago skyline. But the corporate world had begun to wear on me. And these weekend getaways had become my lifeline, a way to reconnect with nature and find some peace. I packed my trusty 1985 Winnebago, a 26-foot behemoth that had been my faithful companion on countless adventures. As I loaded up my fishing gear, camping supplies, and enough food to last the weekend, I felt the familiar excitement building. This time, my destination was a secluded spot near the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. The drive from Chicago to Pennsylvania was long but pleasant. I took my time, enjoying the changing landscape as urban sprawl gave way to rolling hills and dense forests. The leaves were just beginning to turn, splashing the countryside with hints of gold and crimson. I stopped at a small diner in Ohio for lunch, savoring a hearty plate of meatloaf and mashed potatoes while chatting with the friendly waitress about local attractions. As the sun began to dip low on the horizon, I finally approached my destination. This place wasn't on any major map, just a secluded nook I'd stumbled upon by accident years ago during one of my aimless wanderings. It had a small clearing by a creek surrounded by dense trees, perfect for some quiet contemplation. I carefully maneuvered the RV down the narrow dirt road, branches scraping against the sides as I pushed deeper into the forest. The fading daylight filtered through the canopy, casting long shadows across my path. After about a mile, the trees opened up to reveal the familiar clearing. With a sigh of contentment, I parked the RV and stepped out, stretching my legs after the long drive. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. The babbling of the nearby creek provided a soothing backdrop as I began to set up camp. I unfurled my favorite outdoor rug in front of the RV, creating a small patio area. Next came the folding table and chairs, my portable propane grill, and a stack of firewood I'd brought along. As I worked, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in my little home away from home. The Winnebago might not have been the newest or fanciest RV out there, but it was mine, and it represented freedom. With camp set up, I decided to take a short hike before it got too dark. I grabbed my walking stick and a small backpack with some water and trail mix, then set off down a faint path leading deeper into the woods. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds settling in for the night and small animals scurrying through the underbrush. As I walked, I let my mind wander, thinking about my life back in Chicago. My job was demanding, often requiring long hours and high-stress meetings. I was good at what I did, but lately I'd been feeling unfulfilled. These camping trips were becoming more than just a hobby. They were a lifeline, a glimpse of a simpler existence that I found myself craving more and more. I returned to camp just as the last rays of sunlight were disappearing behind the trees. The temperature had dropped noticeably, and I shivered slightly as I set about building a fire. Soon the crackling flames cast a warm glow across the clearing, and I settled into my chair with a contented sigh. Dinner that night was simple but satisfying. A can of beef stew heated over the fire, accompanied by a couple of slices of crusty bread I'd picked up at a bakery on the way. As I ate, I gazed up at the night sky, marveling at the countless stars visible here, far from the light pollution of the city. After dinner, I cleaned up and secured the campsite, making sure all food was safely stored in the RV to avoid attracting any curious wildlife. I then retreated to the comfort of my Winnebago, settling in with a dog-eared paperback I'd been meaning to finish for weeks. As I read, I could hear the gentle sounds of the forest outside, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, the occasional hoot of an owl, the distant yip of a coyote. It was a peaceful symphony that soon lulled me into a deep, dreamless sleep. I awoke early the next morning, just as the first rays of sunlight were beginning to filter through the trees. The air inside the RV was chilly, and I could see my breath as I fumbled for my glasses on the nightstand. I pulled on a warm fleece and my favorite pair of well-worn hiking boots before stepping outside to greet the day. The clearing was shrouded in a light mist, giving it an almost ethereal quality. Dew clung to every surface, sparkling like diamonds in the early morning light. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the crisp, clean air, and felt a sense of peace wash over me. After a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and strong black coffee, I grabbed my fishing gear and headed down to the creek. The water was clear and cold, rushing over smooth stones and creating small eddies where I knew the fish liked to hide. I found a comfortable spot on the bank and cast my line, settling in for a morning of quiet contemplation. As I fished, I let my mind wander. I thought about my life back in Chicago, the pressures of work, the constant noise and hustle of the city. Out here, surrounded by nature, those concerns seemed distant and insignificant. I found myself wondering, not for the first time, what it would be like to leave it all behind and embrace a simpler life. The hours slipped by, almost unnoticed. By midday, I had caught 2 decent-sized trout, which I cleaned and stored in the RV's small refrigerator for dinner. Feeling invigorated by my success, I decided to spend the afternoon exploring the surrounding forest. I packed a small day pack with water, some trail mix, and a first aid kit, then set off down one of the faint trails leading away from the clearing. The forest was dense, with towering oak and maple trees creating a canopy high above. Shafts of sunlight broke through here and there, illuminating patches of ferns and wildflowers on the forest floor. As I hiked, I kept my eyes and ears open for signs of wildlife. I spotted several deer tracks in the soft earth and even caught a glimpse of a red fox darting through the underbrush. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and small animals, a constant reminder of the vibrant ecosystem surrounding me. About 2 miles from camp, I came across a small, hidden waterfall. The stream tumbled down a series of rocky ledges, creating a mesmerizing display of rushing water and mist. I sat on a moss-covered log nearby, pulling out my notepad to sketch the scene. I wasn't much of an artist, but I enjoyed trying to capture the beauty of the natural world in my own clumsy way. As the afternoon wore on, I made my way back to camp, taking a different route to explore more of the area. The forest seemed to change character as the day progressed, shadows lengthening and the ambient sounds shifting as diurnal creatures bedded down and nocturnal ones began to stir. I arrived back at the clearing just as the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across my campsite. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and I quickly set about building a fire. Soon, the crackling flames cast a warm glow across the area, pushing back the encroaching darkness. Dinner that night was a feast by camping standards. I pan-fried the trout I had caught earlier, seasoning them with lemon and herbs I had brought from home. Alongside, I prepared some instant mashed potatoes and opened a can of green beans. As I sat by the fire, savoring my meal and sipping a cold beer, I felt a deep sense of contentment. After dinner, I cleaned up, making sure to store all food securely in the RV to avoid attracting animals. Then, I settled into my folding chair by the fire, gazing up at the star-filled sky. Out here, away from the light pollution of the city, the Milky Way was clearly visible, a river of stars stretching across the heavens. As the fire burned down to embers, I found myself reflecting on the day. It had been perfect in its simplicity, fishing, hiking, enjoying nature. I thought about my job back in Chicago, the stress and pressure that seemed to consume my life. Out here, none of that mattered. I felt a pang of regret at the thought of returning to that world in just a couple of days. Little did I know that my peaceful reverie was about to be shattered. As I sat there lost in thought, I had no idea that in just a few short hours, my life would take a turn into the realm of the unexplainable and terrifying. It was around midnight when I first heard it, a rustling in the bushes nearby. At first, I dismissed it as nothing unusual, probably just a raccoon or a deer moving through the underbrush. The forest was full of nocturnal creatures after all. I took another sip of my beer, enjoying the last remnants of warmth from the dying fire. But then I heard something else, a sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was a low, distinct gurgling noise, unlike any animal I recognized. It sounded almost human, but distorted, as if someone was trying to speak through water. I sat up straighter in my chair, all senses suddenly on high alert. The gurgling sound came again, louder this time, and accompanied by the cracking of twigs as if something was moving through the forest towards me. My first thought was that someone might be in trouble. Perhaps a hiker had fallen into the creek and was struggling to call for help. Despite the growing sense of unease in the pit of my stomach, I knew I couldn't ignore a potential cry for help. I grabbed my flashlight from the table next to me, its weight reassuring in my hand. The beam cut through the darkness as I swung it towards the source of the sound, illuminating the underbrush and the trees beyond my campsite. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. "Is anyone there? Do you need help?" There was no answer, just that persistent, gurgling sound. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the creek, about 20 yards from where I stood. I took a deep breath, steeling my nerves, and started walking towards it. The forest seemed different at night, familiar landmarks transformed into looming shadows. My flashlight beam bounced off tree trunks and undergrowth, creating a tunnel of light through the darkness. With each step, the gurgling grew louder, interspersed now with a wet, slapping sound that I couldn't identify. As I approached the creek, my light fell upon something that made me stop in my tracks. There, half submerged in the shallow water, was a small, overturned canoe. It was old and covered in moss, something I had never noticed during my daytime explorations of the area. I stepped closer, my heart pounding in my chest. The canoe looked like it had been there for years, its wood weathered and beginning to rot. But if that was the case, how had I never seen it before? As I stood there trying to make sense of what I was seeing, the gurgling sound stopped abruptly. The sudden silence was even more unnerving than the noise had been. I swung my flashlight around wildly, half expecting to see an injured hiker or some lost camper emerging from the trees. But there was nothing. Just the quiet creek and the dense darkness beyond my flashlight's reach. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. Something felt wrong, deeply and fundamentally wrong. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, to get back to the safety of my RV. I started to turn, intending to do just that, when I caught a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye. I swung the flashlight quickly in that direction, but whatever it was had vanished. All I saw was the shifting shadows of leaves in the breeze. That was enough for me. I turned and began walking quickly back towards my campsite, trying to keep my pace steady despite the urge to break into a run. The forest seemed to close in around me, branches reaching out like grasping fingers, shadows deepening and shifting in ways that didn't seem natural. When I finally reached the clearing, I was out of breath, my heart racing. The campfire had burned down to just a few glowing embers, casting an eerie, faint light across the site. Without hesitation, I headed straight for my RV, locking the door behind me as soon as I was inside. I sat down heavily on the small sofa, trying to calm my ragged breathing. What had just happened? Was I letting my imagination run wild, spooked by unfamiliar sounds in the dark? Or had there really been something out there, something that didn't belong in these woods? As I sat there, replaying the events in my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the RV settling, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Sleep, I knew, would be a long time coming. Despite my racing thoughts and the lingering sense of unease, exhaustion eventually caught up with me. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound that made my blood run cold, a rhythmic thumping on the side of the RV. At first, in my groggy state, I thought it might be a branch blown by the wind. But as I became more alert, I realized the sound was too regular, too deliberate. It was almost like someone, or something, was knocking. I sat up in my bunk, heart pounding so loud I was sure it must be audible outside the RV. The knocking continued, growing louder and more insistent with each passing second. It seemed to be moving, circling the vehicle, as if whatever was out there was testing for weak points. I reached for the baseball bat I kept next to my bed for protection, its solid weight providing a small measure of comfort. With my other hand, I fumbled for my flashlight, nearly dropping it in my nervousness. The knocking stopped abruptly, leaving a silence so profound it seemed to press against my eardrums. I held my breath, straining to hear any sound from outside. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, just as I was beginning to think I had imagined it all, I heard something else. A soft scraping sound, like nails or claws dragging slowly across the metal exterior of the RV. A whimper escaped my throat before I could stop it. I clapped a hand over my mouth, irrationally afraid that whatever was out there might hear me. The scraping continued, moving from the side of the RV towards the door. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just sit there, waiting for whatever it was to find a way in. With trembling hands, I got to my feet, gripping the baseball bat so tightly my knuckles turned white. I crept towards the door, each step feeling like it took an eternity. The scraping had stopped, but I could hear something else now. A wet, gurgling sound, like the one I had heard earlier by the creek, but closer, much closer. My hand hovered over the door handle. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run, to hide, to do anything but open that door. But I knew I had to face whatever was out there. I couldn't spend the rest of the night jumping at every sound, imagining horrors lurking in the darkness. Taking a deep breath, I yanked the door open and swung my flashlight around wildly, the bat raised and ready to strike. The campsite was empty. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the familiar shapes of my folding chairs, the smoldering remains of the campfire, the surrounding trees. But there was no sign of any intruder, no monstrous shape lurking in the shadows. I stood there for a long moment, my heart racing, ears straining for any sound out of the ordinary. But all I could hear was the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze and the distant hooting of an owl. Just as I was about to convince myself it had all been a vivid nightmare, my flashlight beam caught something that made my blood run cold. There, in the soft dirt in front of the RV, was a set of footprints. But these were unlike any footprints I had ever seen before. They were elongated, almost twice the length of a normal human foot, with strange, claw-like indentations at the tips of what should have been toes. And they were fresh, the edges still crisp in the damp soil. My hands shaking, I followed the trail with my flashlight. The footprints led away from the RV, towards the creek where I had heard the strange noises earlier. Without fully realizing what I was doing, I found myself following them, drawn by a morbid curiosity that overrode my fear. The forest seemed to close in around me as I walked, the trees looming overhead, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Every shadow seemed to hide some nameless horror, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. As I approached the creek, I saw something that made me stop in my tracks. The old moss-covered canoe I had discovered earlier was no longer overturned. It sat upright at the water's edge, as if waiting for a passenger. But it wasn't the canoe that held my attention. It was the object next to it. A small leather-bound book that seemed to glow faintly in the beam of my flashlight. Against my better judgment, I approached and picked up the book. It was old, the leather cracked and worn, with strange symbols embossed on the cover that I didn't recognize from any language I knew. With trembling hands, I opened it. The pages were filled with dense, handwritten text in the same unfamiliar script, interspersed with drawings that made my skin crawl. There were sketches of creatures that couldn't possibly exist. Things with too many limbs, distorted features, and eyes that seemed to stare out from the page with malevolent intelligence. One drawing in particular caught my eye. It depicted a tall, impossibly thin figure with elongated limbs and no discernible face. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the creature's feet matched the strange prints I had been following. A twig snapped behind me, and I whirled around, dropping the book in my panic. The beam of my flashlight danced wildly across the trees, but I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Then I heard it. That wet, gurgling sound closer than ever before. It seemed to be coming from just beyond the reach of my light, hidden in the shadows between the trees. I backed away slowly, my eyes darting from side to side, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was out there. My foot hit something, and I nearly fell backward into the creek. It was the book I had dropped. Without thinking, I snatched it up and turned to run back to the RV. That's when I felt it, a cold, clammy hand grasping my ankle. I screamed and kicked out instinctively, my foot connecting with something solid. The grip on my ankle loosened, and I scrambled away, not daring to look back. I ran through the forest, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I could hear something moving behind me, crashing through the underbrush with inhuman speed. When I finally burst into the clearing where my RV was parked, I was gasping for breath, my lungs burning. I didn't stop until I was inside, the door locked firmly behind me. For the rest of the night, I sat in the driver's seat, the baseball bat across my lap, staring out into the darkness. The knocking started again sometime before dawn, moving around the RV, tapping at each window in turn. But I didn't dare look out. afraid of what I might see pressed against the glass. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, the knocking finally stopped. I waited another hour until the sun was fully up before I finally worked up the courage to start the engine. I tore out of that clearing like a man possessed, not stopping until I reached the small town of Warren, nearly 50 miles away. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely put the RV in park. I went straight to the local sheriff's office, the leather-bound book clutched tightly to my chest. The deputy on duty listened to my story with a mix of concern and skepticism. He radioed a couple of officers to check out the campsite, but I knew they wouldn't find anything. Whatever had been there, I was certain it wouldn't have left any evidence behind. Sure enough, when the deputies returned, they reported finding nothing out of the ordinary. No footprints, no overturned canoe, no signs of any disturbance. They suggested it might have been a vivid nightmare brought on by spending the night alone in the woods. But I knew what I had seen, what I had experienced, and I had the book as proof. Its weight a constant reminder that the events of that night were all too real. I didn't go camping again for a long time after that. When I finally did, it was in well-populated campgrounds, surrounded by other people. But I never felt truly safe in the woods again. In the years that followed, I did extensive research into the area where I had camped. I discovered old legends about a creature known as the Pale Wanderer, said to haunt the forests of Pennsylvania. The descriptions matched what I had seen, a tall, emaciated figure with unnaturally long limbs and a face hidden in shadow. The book remained in my possession, a constant source of fascination and dread. I had it analyzed by experts in ancient languages and cryptography, but no one could decipher its contents. The symbols seemed to shift and change when examined too closely, and several researchers reported vivid nightmares after prolonged exposure to the text. Now, nearly 3 decades later, I still wake up some nights in a cold sweat, the memory of that gurgling sound echoing in my ears. I've long since moved to the city, trading the quiet of nature for the comforting buzz of constant human activity. But sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I catch a whiff of damp earth and decaying leaves. And for a moment, I'm back in those woods, with something unnatural lurking just beyond the reach of my flashlight. I don't know if what I encountered that night was some undiscovered creature, a ghost, or something beyond human understanding. But I do know this. There are things in this world that defy explanation, things that lurk in the dark corners of the wilderness, waiting for unwary travelers to stumble upon them. And if you ever find yourself alone in the woods, hearing strange noises in the night, remember my story. Because sometimes the monsters in the dark are all too real. As I sit here in my apartment in downtown Chicago, the leather-bound book rests on my desk, a constant reminder of that fateful night. I've often thought about destroying it, burning it to ashes and scattering them to the wind. But something always stops me. Perhaps it's the fear that destroying the book might somehow summon whatever creature it's connected to. Or maybe it's the lingering hope that one day I'll uncover its secrets and finally understand what happened to me. I've never shared the full story publicly before now. Who would believe me, a 72-year-old man spinning tales of monsters in the woods? But I feel compelled to record it now, to pass on this warning to others who might venture into the dark places of the world. To this day, I can't explain everything that happened during those terrifying hours in the Allegheny National Forest. Was it all real, or some sort of hallucination brought on by isolation and fear? The rational part of my mind wants to dismiss it, to file it away as a bad dream or a trick of the light. But then I look at the book, its cover still unmarked by age despite the decades that have passed, and I know the truth. There are things in this world beyond our understanding, creatures that exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. So if you're reading this, take heed. The next time you're in the woods and you hear a strange noise in the night, don't dismiss it. Don't go investigating. And if you hear a wet, gurgling sound like someone trying to speak through water, run. Run as fast and as far as you can, because the Pale Wanderer is out there, waiting in the shadows, and not everyone who encounters it lives to tell the tale. I woke up that morning with a sense of unease. Something about the quiet was off, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums and makes your heart pound a little harder. My name's Gregory Holt, and I'd driven out to the middle of nowhere in an RV, hoping to get some peace and quiet. Life had been a series of endless loops, a carousel of monotony that I desperately needed to step off. At 42, I was burned out from my job as a software engineer in bustling Chicago. The constant deadlines, the office politics, and the feeling that I was just another cog in a massive, soulless machine had taken their toll. My relationships had suffered too, a string of failed romances and friendships that had withered under the weight of my workaholic tendencies. So, I'd taken a sabbatical, packed up my newly purchased RV, and headed north. The campsite was perfect, nestled in the thick woods of northern Michigan. It was isolated enough that you couldn't hear any traffic, just the occasional chirp of birds and the rustle of leaves. I had my chair set up by the fire pit, and the coffee was brewing on the small stove inside the RV. The aroma of fresh coffee mingled with the crisp morning air, creating a sensory experience that was both invigorating and calming. As I sat there sipping my coffee and watching the early morning mist rise from the ground, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was just the unfamiliarity of the place, or perhaps my city dweller instincts were on high alert in this wilderness setting. Whatever it was, it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to rationalize it away. After all, isn't this what I came here for? The silence, the solitude, the chance to reset my overworked mind? I took another sip of coffee, letting the warmth spread through my body, hoping it would chase away the chill that had nothing to do with the morning temperature. My routine started with a morning hike. The path I'd chosen was well-trodden but still wild, the kind where you could easily believe you were the first person to step foot there in years. As I set out, my boots crunching on the leaf-strewn path, I tried to focus on the beauty around me rather than the nagging sense of disquiet that seemed to have taken up residence in my gut. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature. Chickadees called to each other in the canopy above, while a woodpecker's rhythmic tapping echoed through the woods. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing whisper that seemed to encourage me forward. Despite my unease, I found myself drawn deeper into the forest, curiosity overriding caution. As I wandered deeper into the forest, the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was fresh, with that earthy smell that only a forest can have, a mixture of damp soil, decaying leaves, and pine needles. It was a scent that seemed to awaken something primal within me, a connection to nature that had been dormant during my years in the concrete jungle of Chicago. I was about an hour into my hike when the path took an unexpected turn. The well-worn trail I had been following suddenly became less distinct, as if fewer feet had tread this way. The underbrush grew thicker, and I had to push aside low-hanging branches to make progress. Just as I was considering turning back, I stumbled upon a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an old, dilapidated cabin. It was the kind of place you see in horror movies, but there was something oddly compelling about it. The cabin was a relic of a bygone era, its weathered logs speaking of decades, if not centuries, of history. The roof sagged ominously, covered in a thick blanket of moss and lichen. The door hung off its hinges, and the windows were shattered, giving it a skeletal look. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to take a closer look. As I approached, I couldn't help but imagine the stories this cabin could tell. Who had built it? Who had lived here, so far from civilization? And why had they abandoned it to the relentless march of nature? The floorboards of the small porch creaked ominously under my weight as I stepped up to the entrance. I paused at the threshold, my heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Part of me knew I should turn back, that exploring abandoned buildings in the middle of nowhere was the kind of thing that led to trouble. But another part, the part that had driven me out here in search of something different, something real, urged me forward. Taking a deep breath, I stepped inside. The inside of the cabin was covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. Shafts of sunlight streamed through holes in the roof and the broken windows, illuminating motes of dust that swirled in the air, disturbed by my entrance. The musty smell of decay and abandonment assaulted my nostrils, making me wrinkle my nose in disgust. Old furniture was strewn about, victims of time and neglect. A rickety table stood in what must have been the main living area, one leg broken and lying nearby. Two chairs, their upholstery long since rotted away, were overturned nearby. In one corner, a cast-iron stove stood sentinel, its surface marred by rust, but still solid. As my eyes adjusted to the dim interior, I noticed papers littered across the floor. They crunched under my feet as I moved further into the cabin, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. I'd bent down to pick up a yellowed piece of paper which seemed to be a letter. The paper was fragile, threatening to crumble in my hands, and the ink had faded significantly over time. It was hard to make out the faded ink, but the words help and trapped were unmistakable. A chill ran down my spine as I tried to decipher more of the letter's contents. Who had written this? And what kind of dire circumstances had led them to pen such a desperate plea? As I squinted at the faded text, trying to make out more words, I became aware of a change in the atmosphere. The air seemed to grow heavier, pressing down on me with an almost physical weight. The silence, which had been absolute just moments before, now felt charged with an expectant energy. Suddenly, a noise from outside caught my attention. It was a low rustling, like something or someone was moving through the underbrush. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I quickly stuffed the letter into my pocket. My heart began to race, pounding so loudly I was sure it could be heard echoing through the empty cabin. I stood frozen for a moment, straining my ears to catch any further sound. The rustling had stopped, leaving behind a silence that seemed even more oppressive than before. Slowly, cautiously, I made my way to one of the broken windows, peering out into the clearing. Stepping outside, I looked around but saw nothing out of the ordinary. The forest was eerily quiet again, the birds and insects that had been so vocal earlier now conspicuously silent. The trees at the edge of the clearing seemed to loom larger, their shadows stretching towards me like grasping fingers. I decided it was time to head back to the RV. The uneasy feeling had returned, stronger than before. As much as I wanted to explore further, to unravel the mystery of the letter and the abandoned cabin, my instincts were screaming at me to leave. As I retraced my steps, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves seemed to take on a sinister quality. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something following me. I sped up my pace, eager to get back to the safety of my campsite. The forest, which had seemed so inviting and peaceful earlier, now felt oppressive and threatening. Shadows seemed to move at the corner of my vision, always disappearing when I turned to look directly at them. By the time I broke through the tree line and into the clearing where my RV was parked, I was almost running. Relief washed over me as I saw the familiar shape of my temporary home, but that relief was short-lived. As I approached the RV, I noticed something was off. The door, which I distinctly remembered closing and locking before I left, was slightly ajar. My heart, which had just begun to slow down, started racing again. I was sure I had closed it before leaving. I stood at the base of the steps, paralyzed with indecision. Should I go inside and confront whatever, or whoever, might be waiting? Or should I turn and run, leaving all my possessions behind? The rational part of my brain argued that it could have been an animal, drawn by the smell of food. But the primal part, the part that had been on high alert since I woke up, whispered that something far more dangerous was waiting inside. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and cautiously stepped inside. My heart pounded in my chest as I entered, my eyes darting around, taking in every detail. Everything seemed normal at first glance. But then I noticed the coffee pot was smashed on the floor, its contents forming a dark stain on the linoleum. The contents of my backpack were scattered around, as if someone had been searching for something specific. Fear gave way to anger. Someone had been here, had violated the sanctuary I had sought in this wilderness. I grabbed the hunting knife I always kept in the RV, its weight providing a small measure of comfort and security. Gripping the knife tightly, I stepped back outside, scanning the area for any signs of movement. The woods around me seemed to close in, the trees looming like silent sentinels, The peaceful sanctuary I had sought had transformed into a threatening, alien landscape. That's when I saw him. A man was standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me. He was tall and gaunt, with wild hair and a beard that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in years. His clothes were tattered, hanging off his lean frame in dirty rags. But it was his eyes that captured my attention. They were fixed on me with a disturbing intensity, a mix of curiosity and something darker, more dangerous. "Who are you?" I shouted, gripping the knife tighter. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, a mixture of fear and bravado that didn't quite ring true. The stranger didn't respond, just stood there, staring. His silence was more unnerving than any response could have been. Then, slowly, he turned and disappeared into the woods. The movement was so sudden, so unexpected, that for a moment I thought I might have imagined the whole thing. But the broken coffee pot and scattered belongings in my RV told me this was all too real. I felt a surge of anger and fear. Who the hell was this guy? And what did he want? I wasn't about to let some creep ruin my escape from reality. I had come here to find peace, to reconnect with myself, and I'll be damned if I was going to let this stranger chase me away. Making a split-second decision that I would later question, I decided to follow him. It wasn't the smartest move, I knew that even then, but something drove me forward. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was a misplaced sense of bravado. Or maybe it was simply the need to understand what was happening in this seemingly peaceful forest. I set off in the direction I had seen him disappear, keeping my distance but staying close enough to keep him in sight. The man moved quickly through the forest, almost as if he knew it like the back of his hand. He navigated the uneven terrain with an ease that spoke of long familiarity, while I struggled to keep up, branches slapping against my face and thorns scratching my arms. As we moved deeper into the forest, the undergrowth became denser, the trees closer together. The canopy overhead blocked out more and more of the sunlight, casting the forest floor into a perpetual twilight. The air grew cooler, damper, filled with the musty scent of decay. I lost sight of the stranger several times, my heart racing each time until I caught a glimpse of his ragged form, moving ahead of me. He seemed to be leading me somewhere specific, though to what end, I couldn't begin to guess. After what felt like hours of this tense pursuit, we arrived at another clearing. This one was different from the peaceful glade where my RV was parked. The trees here were gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. At the center of the clearing stood a large, ominous-looking structure. It was an old warehouse, a hulking monstrosity of corrugated metal and broken windows. The building seemed entirely out of place in the middle of the forest, a relic of industry incongruously placed in this wild setting. Nature had begun to reclaim it, with ivy climbing up its walls and small trees pushing up through cracks in the concrete foundation. The man slipped inside through a broken window, moving with the ease of long practice. I hesitated at the edge of the clearing, the knife clutched tightly in my sweaty hand. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to turn back, to run to the safety of my RV and drive as far away from this place as I could. But I had come too far to turn back now. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and followed the stranger into the warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was dark and musty, the air thick with the smell of mold and decay. Shafts of sunlight pierced the gloom through holes in the roof and broken windows, illuminating swirling motes of dust. The vast space was filled with the hulking shadows of abandoned machinery, their purpose long since forgotten. I could hear the sound of footsteps echoing off the walls, the noise bouncing around the cavernous space in a disorienting cacophony. I moved cautiously, my eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. Every sound, a possible danger. As I navigated through the cluttered space, I saw him again. The stranger was standing at the far end of the room, his wild figure silhouetted against a shaft of light from a broken window. He stood perfectly still, watching me with those unsettling eyes. "Why are you following me?" he asked, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. His tone was curious rather than threatening, with an undercurrent of something I couldn't quite place, amusement perhaps, or resignation. "I should be asking you the same thing," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. My voice shook slightly, betraying my nervousness. "What do you want from me?" He let out a low, humorless laugh. The sound sent chills down my spine, a mirthless noise that seemed to hold years of pain and bitterness. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, shaking his head slowly. "This place isn't for people like you." I felt a surge of defiance at his words. Who was he to tell me where I should or shouldn't be? "And what exactly is this place?" I demanded, gesturing around at the decaying warehouse. He didn't answer. Instead, he turned and walked deeper into the warehouse, disappearing behind a stack of rusted machinery. I hesitated for a moment before following him. Every step I took felt like a mistake, but I couldn't turn back now. I needed answers. We navigated through a maze of corridors and rooms, each one more dilapidated than the last. The layout of the warehouse seemed to defy logic, with hallways that curved when they should have been straight, and rooms that seemed larger on the inside than they could possibly be. Finally, we arrived at a large, open space that seemed to be some sort of makeshift living quarters. There were beds cobbled together from old pallets and tattered blankets, mismatched furniture arranged in a semblance of a living room, and even a small wood-burning stove in one corner. The walls were covered in strange symbols and writing, a chaotic mix of what looked like mathematical equations, snippets of poetry, and wild abstract drawings. "Welcome to my home," the stranger said, his voice tinged with a hint of sarcasm. He gestured around the room with a sweeping motion, as if presenting a grand palace rather than a squalid squat in an abandoned warehouse. I looked around, trying to take in the bizarre scene before me. "You live here?" I asked, unable to keep the disbelief from my voice. He nodded, a wry smile twisting his lips. "I've been living here for years," he said, "ever since I disappeared." "Disappeared?" I asked, confusion evident in my voice. "Yeah, disappeared," he repeated, his tone matter-of-fact. "Like all those people you read about in the papers, just vanished without a trace." He paused, his eyes taking on a faraway look. Only I didn't vanish. I chose to live off the grid, away from society. As he spoke, I started to piece it together. This guy was one of those missing persons you hear about on the news, the ones who vanish and are never found. But he hadn't been taken, hadn't met with some terrible fate. He had chosen this life for reasons I couldn't begin to understand. "Why?" I asked, my curiosity overriding my fear. "Why live like this?" He looked at me with a mixture of pity and contempt, as if I were a child asking why the sky was blue. "Because society is broken," he said, his voice low and intense. "People are selfish, cruel, and deceitful. Out here, I'm free. I don't have to answer to anyone." I looked around at the squalid conditions, the makeshift bed, the walls covered in frantic scribbles. This didn't look like freedom to me. "But you're not free," I argued. "You're trapped here, just like that letter said." His eyes flashed with anger, and for a moment, I feared I'd pushed too far. "You read the letter?" he demanded, taking a step towards me. I stood my ground, though my heart was racing. "Yeah, I did. Someone was asking for help." "Who was it?" He laughed again, a harsh, bitter sound that echoed off the walls. "That was me, a long time ago," he said. "I thought I wanted to be found, but then I realized I was better off alone." I felt a chill run through me. This guy was clearly unhinged. I needed to get out of there, and fast. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I don't want any trouble. I'll just go, and we can both pretend this never happened." He shook his head slowly, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "I can't let you do that," he said softly. "You know too much." Before I could react, he lunged at me, knocking the knife out of my hand. We struggled, rolling across the dirty floor. He was stronger than he looked, and I was quickly overpowered. He pinned me down, his hands closing around my throat. I gasped for air, my vision starting to blur. In a desperate move, I reached for a nearby piece of broken glass and slashed at his arm. He screamed in pain and released his grip. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing the knife and running for the exit. I could hear him behind me, cursing and stumbling. The warehouse seemed even more maze-like as I frantically searched for a way out. I burst through a door and found myself back in the main area of the warehouse. Spotting the broken window I'd entered through, I made a beeline for it. I burst out of the warehouse and into the forest, running as fast as I could. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but I didn't dare slow down. I could hear his footsteps behind me getting closer and closer. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, leaving stinging cuts. I tripped over exposed roots, each time certain that this would be when he caught me. But somehow I managed to keep going, driven by pure adrenaline and the will to survive. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I broke through the trees and into the clearing where my RV was parked. I didn't stop until I was inside, locking the door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grasp my phone, but I managed to dial 911. 911, what's your emergency? The operator's calm voice was like a lifeline. There's a man, I gasped, trying to catch my breath. He's trying to kill me. Stay calm, sir, the operator said. Where are you? I gave them my location, praying they would get here in time. As I spoke, I could hear the man outside banging on the door and shouting incoherently. I grabbed the hunting rifle I kept in the RV, loading it with trembling hands. The banging stopped, and everything went silent. I waited, my heart pounding in my chest. Minutes felt like hours. Then I heard the sound of sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me as I saw the flashing lights of the police cars approaching. The officers quickly surrounded the RV, weapons drawn. I opened the door, hands raised, and they rushed in, securing the area. They found the man a short distance away, bleeding from the cut on his arm and mumbling to himself. He was taken into custody and later identified as Leonard Bain, a man who had been missing for over a decade. In the days that followed, the truth about Leonard Bain came to light. He had been a brilliant mathematician who had suffered a mental breakdown after the death of his wife and child in a car accident. Unable to cope with his loss and feeling betrayed by a world that would allow such tragedy, he had retreated into the wilderness. The police found evidence of his crimes in the warehouse. To my horror, they discovered the remains of several missing persons who had met a gruesome end at his hands. It seemed that over the years, his isolation had warped his mind, turning him into a predator who saw any intrusion into his domain as a threat to be eliminated. The story made headlines across the country. I was hailed as a hero for helping to bring him to justice, but I felt no pride in my role, only a deep, pervasive sense of sadness for the lives lost and the brilliant mind that had been twisted by grief and isolation. As the days went by, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The forest, which had once been a place of solace, now felt like a place of nightmares. I knew I'd never come back here, but I couldn't forget what had happened. Leonard Bain had chosen his isolation, but it had driven him to madness, and I had stumbled into his dark world by chance. It was a stark reminder of how thin the line between sanity and madness could be, how easily a person could lose themselves if they strayed too far from the bonds of society. The authorities cleaned up the site, and the remains were identified and returned to their families for proper burial. Life went on, but I was forever changed by that encounter. The scars on my neck were a constant reminder of how close I had come to death. I returned to Chicago, but I couldn't go back to my old life. The experience had shaken me to my core, making me question everything I thought I knew about myself and the world. I left my job in software engineering and went back to school studying psychology with a focus on trauma and isolation. Years later, I found myself working with people who, like Leonard Bain, had retreated from society. Some were suffering from mental illness, others were simply overwhelmed by the complexities of modern life. I helped them find their way back, to reconnect with the world and with themselves. Every now and then I would think back to that day in the forest, to the abandoned cabin with its desperate plea for help, to the warehouse that had become a madman's lair. I thought about how easily I could have become another victim, another set of bones hidden away in that desolate place. But more than that, I thought about Leonard Bain, about the man he had been before grief and isolation had twisted him into something monstrous. And I realized that in helping others, in reaching out to those who had retreated from the world, I was in a way helping him too. The man he had been, the man he could have been if things had been different. In the end, I realized that sometimes the monsters we fear aren't hiding in the dark. They're right there in plain sight, wearing the face of a man who just wanted to be left alone. And sometimes the only way to survive is to fight back, not just against the physical threat, but against the isolation and despair that can turn a person into something they never meant to be. As I sit here now, years later, writing this account, I can't help but feel a mix of emotions. Fear, certainly, at the memory of my brush with death. Sadness for the lives lost. But also hope. Hope that by sharing this story, by reaching out to those who feel lost and alone, we can prevent more Leonard Baines from emerging from the shadows. Because in the end, we're all just trying to find our place in this world. And sometimes all it takes is a hand reaching out in the darkness to guide us back to the light. My name is Richard Brown, and I am 68 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened to me on September 12, 1983, when I was 35 years old. It's a story I've carried with me for over 3 decades, one that still sends shivers down my spine whenever I recall those fateful days in the Bitterroot National Forest of Montana. It was the autumn of 1983, and my life felt like it was falling apart at the seams. I had just finalized my divorce from Sarah, my wife of 10 years. We had married young, straight out of college, full of dreams and ambitions. But as the years went by, we grew apart, our lives taking different paths. The divorce was amicable, but it left me feeling hollow, questioning every decision I'd ever made. I was working as a high school English teacher in Missoula at the time. The new school year had just begun, but I couldn't shake the feeling of emptiness that had settled over me. One Friday afternoon, after the last bell had rung and the hallways had emptied, I found myself sitting alone in my classroom, staring at the faded posters of Shakespeare and Hemingway on the walls. It was then that I made a spontaneous decision. I needed to get away, to clear my head and figure out what to do next with my life. I owned an old RV, a 1975 Winnebago Brave that I had bought on a whim a few years back, dreaming of family road trips that never quite materialized. It had been sitting in our, now my, driveway for months, gathering dust and serving as a constant reminder of unfulfilled plans. But now it seemed like the perfect escape vehicle. That evening, I packed up some clothes, basic supplies, and my fishing gear. I left a note for my sister Karen, letting her know I was taking a short trip to the Bitterroot National Forest. "Don't worry," I wrote. "I just need some time to think. I'll be back in a week." Little did I know how that week would change my life forever. The next morning I set out early, the sun just beginning to peek over the eastern horizon as I pulled out of Missoula. The drive to the Bitterroot National Forest took about 2 hours, the scenery gradually changing from the urban sprawl of Missoula to the rugged beauty of western Montana. I drove past small towns like Lolo and Florence, watching as the Bitterroot Mountains loomed larger on the horizon. I had chosen the Bitterroot National Forest for its relative obscurity. While places like Glacier National Park drew crowds of tourists, the Bitterroot was quieter, wilder. It was a place where I could truly be alone with my thoughts. As I drove deeper into the forest, following winding roads that seemed to grow narrower with each passing mile, I felt a sense of anticipation building in my chest. The towering pines and firs created a canopy overhead, dappling the road with shadows. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. It was late afternoon by the time I found a suitable clearing to set up camp. I maneuvered the RV off the main road, following a rough trail until I reached a small meadow surrounded by dense forest. A babbling stream ran along one edge of the clearing, promising good fishing prospects. I parked the RV and stepped outside, taking a deep breath of the crisp mountain air. The silence was almost overwhelming after the constant hum of city life. Here, the only sounds were the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the distant calls of birds. As I began to set up camp, my mind wandered back to the events that had led me here. I thought about Sarah, wondering what she was doing at that moment. Was she also trying to find her way in this new, separate life we had chosen? I shook my head, trying to clear away these thoughts. I was here to forget, at least for a while. I spent the remaining daylight hours setting up a small campfire pit and gathering firewood. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink, I fired up the RV's small propane stove and grilled a couple of hot dogs. It wasn't much of a dinner, but out here, with the scent of pine and wood smoke in the air, it tasted better than any fancy restaurant meal. After dinner, I sat by the fire, nursing a beer and watching as the stars began to appear in the darkening sky. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens, a sight I had almost forgotten existed after years of living under city lights. As I sat there, I felt a sense of peace settling over me. Maybe this trip was exactly what I needed. That first night passed uneventfully. I slept soundly in the RV, lulled by the gentle sounds of the forest. When I awoke the next morning, I felt refreshed and ready to explore my surroundings. After a simple breakfast of instant coffee and granola bars, I decided to spend the day hiking and fishing. I packed a small backpack with water, some snacks, and my fishing gear. As an afterthought, I scribbled a note and left it on the RV's small dining table. Gone hiking and fishing, following the stream to the east, back by sunset. Richard. It seemed silly, leaving a note when there was no one around to read it, but old habits die hard. The day was perfect for hiking, cool but not cold, with a light breeze that kept the mosquitoes at bay. I followed the stream that ran past my campsite, marveling at the beauty of the forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dazzling patterns on the forest floor. The undergrowth was thick in places, forcing me to push through ferns and berry bushes. As I hiked, I found my mind wandering to the future. What did I want to do with my life now? Should I stay in Missoula, or was it time for a fresh start somewhere new? The questions that had seemed so overwhelming back in the city now felt more manageable, as if the forest air had cleared my mind as well as my lungs. By early afternoon, I had hiked several miles upstream. The terrain had grown steeper, with the stream now tumbling over rocky cascades. It was here that I decided to try my luck at fishing. I found a promising pool below a small waterfall and set up my gear. Fishing had always been a form of meditation for me. The repetitive motion of casting, the focus required to watch for any movement in the water, it all served to quiet my racing thoughts. Time seemed to slow down as I stood there, my line drifting in the clear mountain water. After about an hour, I had caught 2 decent-sized trout. It was more than enough for dinner, so I packed up my gear and began the hike back to camp. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming earlier, now felt watchful. I brushed it off as my imagination running wild after too many hours alone. It was late afternoon by the time I made it back to the clearing where I had parked the RV. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the meadow. As I approached my campsite, a strange scent caught my attention. It was faint but unmistakable, a sickly sweet odor that reminded me of rotting meat. My first thought was that some animal had died nearby. It wasn't uncommon in the wilderness after all, but as I got closer to the RV, the smell grew stronger and a sense of unease began to creep over me. Something was wrong. The RV's door, which I distinctly remembered closing and locking before I left, now stood ajar. My heart began to race as I approached cautiously, calling out, "Hello, is someone there?" There was no response, just the oppressive silence of the forest. With shaking hands, I pushed the door open wider and peered inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. The interior of the RV was a disaster. It looked as if a whirlwind had torn through the small space. Cabinets were flung open, their contents strewn across the floor. The cushions of the small dinette were shredded, stuffing spilling out like some grotesque parody of snow. But it was the walls and floor that truly horrified me. A dark, viscous substance was smeared across every surface. It looked like blood, but thicker, almost black in the fading light. The smell that had caught my attention earlier was overwhelming now, a stench of decay that made me gag. I stumbled backward out of the RV, my mind reeling. What could have done this? A bear, maybe. But I had never heard of a bear behaving like this, and the destruction seemed almost deliberate. As the initial shock wore off, I forced myself to think rationally. I needed to assess the damage, salvage what I could, and get out of there. Whatever had done this might still be nearby. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and re-entered the RV. I grabbed my backpack, which thankfully had been in the cab and was untouched, and began shoving whatever useful supplies I could find into it. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every sound from the forest outside made me jump. It was as I was zipping up the now full backpack that I heard it, a rustling sound from just beyond the clearing. I froze, straining my ears. There it was again, closer this time, accompanied by a sound I can only describe as a low, melodic whistle. My heart pounding, I peered out the RV's window. The sun had set, leaving the forest shrouded in twilight shadows. At first, I saw nothing. Then, a movement caught my eye. Something large was moving through the underbrush at the edge of the clearing. I caught a glimpse of a hunched shape, too tall and thin to be a bear. Panic seized me. I needed to get out of there now. But the thing, whatever it was between me and the road. My only option was to hunker down in the RV and hope it would leave. I quickly closed and locked the door, then turned on every light in the RV. The sudden brightness was jarring after the gathering darkness outside. I grabbed my hunting knife from my pack. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. And sat at the small table, my eyes fixed on the door. The night that followed was the longest of my life. Every creak of the RV's frame, every whisper of wind outside, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Several times I heard that eerie whistling sound, sometimes close, sometimes farther away, as if the thing was circling the clearing. At some point, exhaustion must have overtaken me because I jerked awake to the sound of scratching at the door. It was a deliberate sound, slow and rhythmic, like something testing the strength of the barrier between us. I sat there, knife clutched in my sweating hand, barely breathing as I listened to the scratching. It went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The rest of the night passed in a haze of fear and exhaustion. I don't think I slept again, every nerve in my body on high alert. When the first light of dawn finally began to filter through the windows, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I had made it through the night. As soon as it was light enough to see clearly, I cautiously opened the RV's door and peered outside. The clearing looked peaceful in the early morning light, with no sign of the terror that had gripped me during the night. The air was crisp and clean, the foul odor from the previous evening completely gone. I stepped outside, scanning the area for any signs of what had happened. To my amazement, there were no tracks, no broken branches, nothing to indicate that anything had been there. If it weren't for the destroyed interior of the RV, I might have thought I had imagined the whole thing. Not wanting to stick around to find out if the creature, whatever it was, would return, I quickly packed up what I could and prepared to leave. As I was doing a final check of the campsite, something caught my eye. There at the edge of the clearing, where I had first seen the shape the night before, was a small tuft of something. I approached cautiously and bent down to examine it. It looked like fur, but unlike any I had ever seen. It was coarse and wiry, with an oily sheen that seemed to shift colors in the morning light. I hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a small plastic bag from my pack and carefully placed the tuft inside. If nothing else, it was proof that I hadn't imagined everything. With one last look around the clearing, I climbed into the RV and started the engine. As I drove down the winding forest road, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing in the mirrors, half expecting to see something loping after the RV. But there was nothing, just the empty road stretching out behind me. It was mid-morning by the time I reached the small town of Darby, the first sign of civilization since I had entered the forest. My nerves were shot, and I desperately needed fuel, both for the RV and for myself. I pulled into a small gas station on the outskirts of town, the kind of place that looked like it hadn't changed since the 1950s. As I was filling up the RV, the station attendant came out to check on me. He was an older man, probably in his 60s, with a weathered face and kind eyes. His name tag read Frank. "You all right there, son?" he asked, his voice gravelly but concerned. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I must have looked a sight, exhausted, disheveled, and probably wild-eyed with fear and lack of sleep. For a moment, I considered brushing off his concern with some vague explanation. but something in his expression made me pause. He looked understanding, as if he had seen this before. I'm not sure, I said finally, my voice shaky. Something happened up in the forest. Something I can't explain. Frank's expression grew serious. He glanced around, as if making sure no one else was within earshot, then said in a low voice, "Why don't you come inside? Looks like you could use a cup of coffee, and maybe we can talk about what happened." I nodded gratefully, finished filling up the RV, and followed Frank into the small convenience store attached to the gas station. He gestured for me to sit at a small table in the corner while he poured 2 cups of coffee from an ancient-looking percolator. As we sat there, the aroma of strong black coffee filling the air, I found myself pouring out the whole story. I told Frank about the destroyed RV, the strange smells, the noises in the night, and the glimpse I had caught of something in the forest. To his credit, Frank listened without interruption, his face growing more grave with each detail. When I finished, Frank sat back in his chair, a thoughtful look on his face. "You're not the first to come down from those woods with a story like that," he said finally. "Folks around here, they call it the Whistler." "The Whistler?" I repeated, a chill running down my spine at the name. Frank nodded. "Been stories about it for generations. Some say it's a spirit, others think it's some kind of animal that hasn't been discovered yet. All I know is that people have gone missing up there over the years. Hikers, campers, even a few locals who should have known better." I sat there trying to process what Frank was telling me. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as local superstition, but after what I had experienced, I couldn't simply brush it off. What do you think it is?" I asked hesitantly. Frank shrugged. "Wish I knew. All I can tell you is to count yourself lucky. Not everyone who encounters the Whistler comes back to tell the tale." We sat in silence for a few moments, the weight of Frank's words hanging in the air between us. Finally, he spoke again. "Look, I know a fella who might be able to tell you more. Name's Tom Jenkins. He's something of a local expert on the forest and its oddities. If you're interested, I could give him a call, see if he'd be willing to talk to you." I hesitated. Part of me wanted nothing more than to get in the RV and drive as far away from this place as possible. But another part, the part that had always been drawn to mysteries and unanswered questions, was intrigued. Maybe this Tom Jenkins could provide some answers, some explanation for what I had experienced. "Yeah," I said finally. "Yeah, I'd like to talk to him." Frank nodded, seeming unsurprised by my decision. He got up and went to the store's ancient rotary phone, dialing a number from memory. I could hear him speaking in low tones, though I couldn't make out the words. After a few minutes, he came back to the table. "Tom says he can meet you this afternoon if you're up for it. He's got a cabin just outside of town. I can give you directions if you want." I nodded, feeling a mix of anticipation, and Frank gave me directions to Tom Jenkins' cabin, a hand-drawn map on the back of an old receipt. I thanked him for his help in the coffee, then set out. The drive took about 30 minutes, winding through back roads that grew progressively more remote. Finally, I turned onto a narrow dirt track that led to a small clearing. Tom's cabin was a sturdy-looking structure of rough-hewn logs, with a porch that wrapped around 2 sides. Smoke curled from the chimney, and I could see a figure moving behind the windows. As I parked the RV, the cabin's door opened, and a man stepped out. Tom Jenkins was not what I had expected. In my mind, I had pictured a grizzled old mountain man. Instead, I was greeted by a man probably in his late 40s, with salt and pepper hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He was dressed in jeans and a flannel shirt, looking more like a college professor than a backwoods expert. "You must be Richard," he called out as I approached. Frank called ahead. "Said you had quite a story to tell." We shook hands and Tom invited me inside. The cabin's interior was cozy but cluttered, every surface covered with books, maps, and what looked like scientific equipment. He gestured for me to sit in a worn armchair while he busied himself making tea. Once we were settled, mugs of steaming tea in hand, Tom leaned forward, his eyes intense. "So, tell me what happened up there in the forest." I recounted my experience again, trying to remember every detail. Tom listened intently, occasionally asking for clarification, but otherwise remaining silent. When I finished, he sat back, a thoughtful expression on his face. "You're not crazy, Richard," he said finally. "What you encountered up there? Well, it's something I've been studying for years." "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Tom sighed. "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but I can tell you what I do know." He got up and went to a large map of the Bitterroot National Forest pinned to one wall. Red pins dotted various locations. "Each of these pins represents a reported sighting or encounter," he explained. "They go back decades. Whatever this thing is, it's been in these woods for a long time." He turned back to me. "The locals call it the Whistler, as I'm sure Frank told you. From the accounts I've gathered, it seems to be some kind of creature, possibly not of this world. It's attracted to certain people, certain places. No one knows why." "But what does it want?" I asked. Tom shook his head. "That's the million-dollar question. Some think it's hunting, others believe it's collecting, studying us maybe. All I know is that people have disappeared over the years. Not many, and not often enough to raise major alarms, but enough to create a pattern." He paused, seeming to debate whether to continue. "There's something else," he said finally. "Something I haven't shared with many people. I've found artifacts, things left behind after encounters." My hand went to my pocket, where I had stored the bag containing the strange fur I had found. "Like this?" I asked, pulling it out. Tom's eyes widened as he took the bag. He examined the contents closely, his expression a mix of excitement and concern. "Yes, exactly like this. Where did you find it?" I told him about the tuft of fur at the edge of the clearing. Tom nodded, his mind clearly racing. "This is incredible," he murmured. "I've never had a sample this fresh before." We spent the next few hours discussing the Whistler, with Tom sharing some of the other stories he had collected over the years. As the afternoon wore on, I found myself drawn into the mystery. Despite my fear, I couldn't help but be fascinated by the idea that there was something out there, something unknown to science. As the sun began to set, Tom looked at me with a serious expression. "Richard, I know this might sound crazy, but would you be willing to go back up there with me, to the spot where you had your encounter?" I hesitated. The thought of returning to that clearing filled me with dread, but at the same time I felt a pull, a need to understand what had happened to me. "When?" I asked. "Tomorrow," Tom replied. "We'll go prepared this time. I have some equipment that might help us gather more information." I took a deep breath, weighing my options. Finally, I nodded. "Okay," I said. "Let's do it." The next morning dawned clear and cold. I had spent the night in my RV parked outside Tom's cabin. Despite the lingering fear from my experience, I had slept soundly, exhaustion finally catching up with me. Tom was already up when I emerged from the RV, loading gear into an old Jeep. He had an assortment of scientific equipment, cameras, audio recorders, and some devices I didn't recognize. He also had 2 rifles, which he assured me were just precautionary. We set out just after sunrise, the Jeep bouncing along the rough forest roads. As we drove, Tom explained more about his research. He had been studying the Whistler phenomenon for over a decade, ever since his own encounter in these woods. He had never seen the creature clearly, but like me, he had experienced its presence. "The government knows about it," he told me as we drove deeper into the forest. "Or at least some parts of the government do. But they've kept it quiet. Can you imagine the panic if people knew there was something out here, something we can't explain?" I nodded, understanding the logic but feeling uneasy about the secrecy. As we neared the area where I had camped, that feeling of unease grew stronger. The forest seemed different in the daylight, less menacing, but no less mysterious. We parked the Jeep a short distance from my original campsite and proceeded on foot. Tom moved with the quiet confidence of someone familiar with the wilderness, his eyes constantly scanning our surroundings. I felt clumsy and exposed in comparison, every snapping twig under my feet sounding like a gunshot in the quiet forest. As we entered the clearing where I had parked my RV, I felt a chill run down my spine. Everything looked normal. There were no signs of the destruction I had witnessed, no lingering smell of decay. If I hadn't lived through it myself, I would have thought it was just another peaceful spot in the woods. Tom immediately set to work, setting up cameras and other equipment around the perimeter of the clearing. He took samples of soil and vegetation, carefully bagging and labeling each one. I helped where I could, but mostly I just watched, still trying to reconcile the peaceful scene before me with the terror of that night. As the day wore on, nothing out of the ordinary happened. We heard the usual forest sounds, birds calling, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, but nothing that suggested the presence of something larger or more sinister. It was late afternoon when things changed. I was helping Tom adjust one of his cameras when I felt it, a sudden drop in temperature as if all the warmth had been sucked out of the air. Tom felt it too. I saw him stiffen, his hand going to the rifle slung over his shoulder. Then we heard it, that low, eerie whistle that had haunted my dreams since that night. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing through the trees. "Get ready," Tom whispered, his voice tense. "It's coming." We stood back to back in the center of the clearing, weapons at the ready. The whistling grew louder, closer. The forest had gone completely silent, as if every living thing was holding its breath. Suddenly, there was movement at the edge of the clearing. Something large and dark detached itself from the shadows of the trees. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, almost gliding across the ground. As it entered the clearing, I got my first clear look at the Whistler. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but much taller and thinner than any person. Its body seemed to shimmer, as if it wasn't quite solid. But it was the face, or rather the lack of one, that truly terrified me. Where features should have been, there was only a smooth, featureless expanse, like a mask made of shadow. Tom was shouting something, but I couldn't make out the words over the pounding of blood in my ears. The creature, the Whistler, turned its eyeless face toward us. The whistling sound grew to a deafening pitch. What happened next is still a blur in my memory. I remember Tom firing his rifle, the sound impossibly loud in the confined space of the clearing. The Whistler moved with incredible speed, closing the distance between us in the blink of an eye. I felt something brush past me, a sensation of intense cold that seemed to penetrate to my very bones. Then Tom was on the ground, the Whistler looming over him. Without thinking, I raised my own rifle and fired. The creature recoiled, making a sound like tearing metal. It turned its attention to me, and for a moment I was certain I was going to die. But then, as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone, melting back into the shadows of the forest. The silence that followed was deafening. I rushed to Tom's side, fearing the worst. But he was alive, though badly shaken. We gathered our equipment as quickly as we could and fled the clearing, not stopping until we reached the Jeep. The drive back to Tom's cabin was tense and silent. We were both trying to process what we had seen, what we had experienced. It wasn't until we were safely inside, doors locked and a fire blazing in the hearth, that we began to talk. "It's real," Tom kept saying, his voice a mix of fear and excitement. "After all these years, we finally have proof." But as we reviewed the footage from the cameras and analyzed the data from Tom's equipment, we realized that our proof was frustratingly inconclusive. The cameras had malfunctioned at the crucial moment, leaving us with only brief glimpses of movement and shadow. The audio recordings captured the whistling sound, but little else. We had experienced something extraordinary, something that defied explanation, but we had no way to prove it to the world. In the years since that day in the Bitterroot National Forest, I've often questioned my memories of what happened. Did we really encounter something unknown to science, something potentially not of this world? Or was it all some kind of shared delusion, born of fear and suggestion? Tom Jenkins continued his research, becoming something of a local legend in the process. He published papers and gave lectures, but without concrete proof, his theories were largely dismissed by the scientific community. As for me, I left Montana shortly after our encounter. The experience had shaken me to my core, making me question everything I thought I knew about the world. I traveled for a while, trying to find some sense of normalcy before eventually settling in a small town on the Oregon coast. I never went camping again. Sometimes on quiet nights when the wind blows in from the sea, I think I hear a faint whistling sound. It's probably just the wind, I tell myself. But a part of me wonders, is the whistler out there still, roaming the dark places of the world? And if it is, what does it want? I don't have answers to these questions. All I know is that there are things in this world that we don't understand, things that lurk just beyond the edge of our perception. And sometimes, if we're not careful, we might just catch a glimpse of them. So if you find yourself in the wilds of Montana, in the shadows of the Bitterroot Mountains, and you hear a strange whistling on the wind, my advice is to turn around and leave. Some mysteries are better left unsolved.